Chapter 1004. The Meteor Light Stream. Great Formation. 8 silvery white balls surrounded a half-blue and half-yellow ball. They descended abruptly, trapping the yard master in the center. Coincidentally, Qian Feng, who was also close at hand, was excluded. Qian Feng was shocked. He subconsciously thought it was the yard master's doing, so he retreated hastily. In the yard master's eyes, it was a premeditated move. You challengers really can't be trusted. The yard master sneered disdainfully. Do you think I need the help of weak challengers like you to find someone in the bookyard? I asked you to come close and be stained with my scent to test if you were up to no good. Sure enough, my guess was right. You are in cahoots with the two so-called evil thieves. Everything is as he said. Your goal is not to destroy the bookyard, but to capture me so that you can open the rumored 6th yard. The yard master had read many challengers and was familiar with deception. How could she easily believe Qian Feng's one-sided story? Pretending to cooperate was to lure the snake out of its hole and expose its fox's tail. The ambush happened at the moment when the two of them came into contact. Qian Feng, who was very close to the yard master, was spared. Would anyone believe that it was a coincidence? Qian Feng, who was flying backward, suddenly realized something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "Yard master, please calm down. The ambush was not set by us. This must be the evil thief's plan. His goal is to get rid of us through your hands." It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the yard master said disdainfully, "So in the eyes of you challengers, the book yard master is so easy to fool? If it was really an ambush set by the evil thief, why didn't he ambush you too? You are the biggest threat to them, aren't you?" Qian Feng was speechless, but he knew very well that this was exactly Su Yu's goal. He could kill Qian Feng alone, but there was still Zhao Li and the huge force of more than 80 people. Su Yu's real goal was not to kill Qian Feng, but to get rid of all of them through the yard master. However, the yard master was arrogant and self-opinionated. How could she listen to Qian Feng's one-sided story? At this moment, he felt as if yellow mud had fallen into his pants. Even if it wasn't SH*T, it was still SH*T. Sensing that the book-yard master was about to fly into a rage, Qian Feng shouted, "People of the Heavenly Knife region, retreat quickly while he's still sealed by the formation, and find senior brother by to attack." Upon hearing this, the yard master sneered, "You're finally telling the truth? You took the opportunity to set up an array formation and let the stronger trial takers take action. Humph! I will not let you off." A mouthful of old blood was stuck in Qian Feng's throat, and he was almost angered to death. This idiot who thinks he's smart, he's still helping the person earn money after being sold. But the most abominable one was the guy wearing the silver mask. He hated Su Yu to the core. It was bad enough that Su Yu had alarmed the bookyard and framed the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region. But in the end, Su Yu had left a trick up his sleeve. Just when they were about to cooperate with the yard master, Su Yu suddenly struck and completely infuriated the suspicious yard master. If he didn't have such a backup plan, Su Yu would have been the one to die. But this finishing touch made it impossible for them to defend themselves. "Run!" Qian Feng shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon seeing this, the people of the Heavenly Knife region dared not hesitate at all. They fled in terror. As for Su Yu, he couldn't care less. The yard master was surrounded by the meteor light stream, great formation. She stared coldly at the fleeing strong men of the Heavenly Knife region. "None of you can escape. All of you shall stay and become the tree of life. Open!" The yard master bellowed. Her whole body emitted the all creation's mighty force. The 8 silver round pearls that surrounded her were shaken off after a momentary stalemate, disappearing into the void. At the same time, the 5 scattered writing brushes on the ground were drawn into the void as well. The yard master stared coldly in the direction of the void. "I'll settle the score with the 2 of you at the end." When she finished speaking, She spun around and disappeared into the void, chasing after the people of the Heavenly Knife region. In the distance, a large crack in the void appeared around Su Yu's body. The 8 silver pearls, together with the underworld pearl and the compressed version of the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation, returned to his side. Before Lu Chui could see what the 5 writing brushes were, Su Yu retrieved them. Things are developing as expected. We're safe for the time being. As long as we leave the flower yard before the yard master returns, we'll be safe. Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. Although Lu Chui didn't see what had happened, the pressure from the book yard master had weakened considerably. She knew that Su Yu's goal had been achieved. Looking into Su Yu's eyes, Lu Chui's pretty face showed some respect. There's no need to leave the flower yard. As long as we meet up with Brother Taishu, it won't matter even if the yard master catches up with us. Lu Chui said. Gu Taishu. A murderous glint flashed across Su Yu's eyes. Nodding slightly, Su Yu said, I'll escort you there. With Lu Chui's injuries, any 8th grade Almighty would be life-threatening. Before meeting up with Gu Taishu, she needed someone to escort her. Great. Lu Chui was grateful. She immediately sensed Gu Taishu's direction. After a while, she opened her eyes and pointed to the north. The north should be in the direction of the martial yard. Brother Taishu is in the martial yard. At the mention of the martial yard, Lu Chui's bright eyes dimmed. The martial yard was the gathering place for the challengers of the supreme heavenly demon faction. There was a martial tower there, which was of great benefit to the challengers of the heavenly demon faction. The students of the supreme heavenly demon faction spent most of their time in the martial tower. Gu Taishu was in the martial yard, so he was probably near the martial tower. Or rather, he was with the demonic lady of the supreme heavenly demon faction. Su Yu didn't notice the strange look on her face. He looked to the north and leaped into the air. 3 days later, the periphery of the bookyard was filled with pitch-black trees that were only 200 feet thick. It wouldn't be long before they reached the edge of the bookyard. I've sensed Brother Taishu's aura. He's nearby. Lu Chui's pretty face broke into a soul-stirring smile. He was originally in the martial tower of the martial yard. There could only be one explanation for his appearance here. He had received a distress message from the escaped Purple Cloud Palace and followed Lu Chui's aura to come to their rescue. This was why Lu Chui was gratified and even excited. Gu Taishu was still affectionate and loyal to her. Had he come? Su Yu looked at Lu Chui and thought for a moment. He said, Miss Lu, if one day Gu Taishu betrays the Purple Cloud Palace, what will you do? Lu Chui's smile faded, and she stared at Su Yu in surprise. Why do you ask? He could tell that she was a little unhappy, because Su Yu had questioned the person she loved the most in her heart. It's just a hypothesis, Su Yu said, looking at Lu Chui's unhappy expression. A trace of pity welled up in the depths of his heart. Lu Chui said expressionlessly, My heart belongs only to him. If he betrays the Purple Cloud Palace, I will follow him without regret. Not regretting even in death? Su Yu sighed inwardly. He believed that Lu Chui would do what she said. In fact, she had already done it once. She would rather die to obtain the Book of Yang for Gu Taishu than lose her chastity. She loved Gu Taishu more than her own life. In a trance, Su Yu seemed to see Xia Jingyu's figure. There was once a woman like her who loved Su Yu more than her own life. Take care, Miss Lu. We'll part ways here. Su Yu turned around, stepped on the void, and flew away. Having said that, Su Yu had repaid her kindness, and there was no more entanglement between them. Leaving? Your vital energy hasn't recovered yet, and it's very dangerous for you to be alone. Why don't you come with me to see Brother Taishu? He will protect you. Lu Chui hurriedly caught up with him and tried to stop him. Su Yu shot off into the distance without looking back. For your own good, please don't mention my name in front of Gu Taishu. Watching Su Yu's resolute departing figure disappear into the horizon, Lu Qi suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. There seemed to be something missing in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Lu Qi muttered to herself in a low voice, "I'm sorry I didn't have the courage to know if you are Inu." Some answers had long been revealed in her heart, but she had lost the courage to face them. Before long, the space in the distance was filled. Gu Taishu's handsome and tall figure rushed over as fast as lightning. However, the anticipation in Lu Qi's eyes shattered inch by inch. It was because Gu Taishu wasn't the only one who had come. There was an exquisite woman in a black dress, with skin whiter than snow, and features as beautiful as a painting. Exquisite was because her face was rare in the world. It was so beautiful that it seemed like a sculpture, full of illusion. Lu Qi recognized that face. It was the #1 beauty of the demonic path, Han Fei. She was also the #1 person of the demonic path, one of the 4 great starry sky elites of the Jojo continent. In terms of talent, no one in the central continent could compare to her, including Gu Taishu. No matter in which aspect, Lu Qi couldn't compare to her. The two of them descended rapidly, stepping on the clouds of the 9 heavens. Lu Qi restrained the emotions in her eyes and walked forward with a happy expression. She said, "Brother Taishu, you're here." Gu Taishu landed, nodded, and said immediately, "Is the Book of Yang still in your hands?" Hearing this, Lu Qi felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Shouldn't he be most concerned about her safety? It turned out that the person he had come to rescue wasn't her, but the Book of Yang. Shaking her head bitterly, Lu Qi suppressed the sadness in her heart and said, "The Book of Yang was taken by Qian Feng of the Heavenly Knife region." Qi was useless and didn't look after the Book of Yang. Disappointment and anger flashed across Gu Taishu's face. He was disappointed that the Book of Yang was lost. He was angry that the Book of Yang was lost by Lu Qi. "Fei, we're late. The Book of Yang has been taken." Gu Taishu turned his head and said to Han Fei. Han Fei shook her head indifferently. "Find the Heavenly Knife region and get it back." Her eyes sized Lu Qi up and down, and she said, "Is she your fiancé?" Gu Taishu smiled. "It was arranged by the faction. As a disciple, I can't do anything about it." Hearing this, Lu Qi's heart trembled, and she looked at Gu Taishu in disbelief. Yes, there was the matchmaking of the elders and even the leader of the faction. But before that, weren't they already in love with each other? Was the meticulous care and concern of the elders and the leader of the faction also the arrangement? Her heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife, and it was bleeding. Han Fei nodded her snow-white chin and withdrew her gaze, as if she had lost interest in Lu Qi. "Let's go back to the Martial Tower. I believe the Heavenly Knife region will also gather at the Martial Tower. This year's Martial Tower is a little different from the past. They must have received the news and will gather here. When the time comes, I'll ask for the Book of Yang and the Book of Yin to read." Gu Taishu said, "All right, I'm willing to help Fei. However, Fei should leave first." "I have something to tell Lu Qi," Gu Taishu said. Han Fei didn't even look at Lu Qi. She flew in the direction of the Martial Tower. After she left, the smile on Gu Taishu's face disappeared. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Qi indifferently. He said, "They reported that you have been subdued by the Heavenly Knife region and that you are seriously injured. Can you tell me how you escaped back? I heard that Qian Feng wanted to lay his hands on you." In other words, Lu Qi had probably used her innocence in exchange for her life. Right now, she might already have a dirty body. Sensing Gu Taishu's questioning gaze, Lu Qi was still afraid that he would misunderstand, despite her discomfort. She hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I was rescued by someone. Qian Feng didn't succeed. Brother Taishu, you know me well. I won't lie to you." There was a pleading look on her face. "Is that so?" Gu Taishu's expression softened a little, and a smile appeared on his face. He flew down and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I was just worried that you would be bullied. It's good that you're fine. By the way, where is the person who saved you? Why haven't I seen him? I haven't had the time to thank him for saving me." Gu Taishu's tenderness made Lu Qi feel as if she had been pardoned. She cherished his gentleness very much. She said, "The benefactor doesn't want to reveal his name. He has left on his own." She hadn't forgotten Gu Taishu's words. "Don't tell anyone about his existence." Gu Taishu frowned, but with his understanding of Lu Qi, he knew that she wouldn't lie. He believed that Qian Feng hadn't succeeded. "Qi, don't take the matter between me and Han Fei to heart." Senior brother's kindness to her was arranged by the faction. His purpose was to befriend the supreme heavenly demon faction and gain some benefits from them. "My feelings for you have never changed." Lu Qi's pretty face blushed, and a sweet smile bloomed like a spring flower. "Is that true, Brother Taishu?" Gu Taishu smiled gently. "Of course it's true." He stretched out his arm, intending to pull Lu Qi into his arms naturally. But Lu Qi quietly moved away. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Brother Taishu, don't do this." A hint of annoyance flashed in Gu Taishu's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He said, "Haha, senior brother was careless. Qi shouldn't have contact with the opposite sex before her cultivation is consummated." Lu Qi's body stiffened imperceptibly. "Don't blame yourself, Brother Taishu." After thinking for a while, Gu Taishu's eyes flashed. "Qi, I wonder which level of your cultivation of the cultivation of the cultivation of the cultivation of the technique? When can you reach the consummate level?" Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. "No, not much. I'm at the consummate level of the second level. I'm still one level away from the final consummate level. 3 years ago, you reached the consummate level of the second level. It's been 3 years and you've only succeeded in cultivating one level?" Gu Taishu frowned. He hadn't touched Lu Qi, the goddess, because he was fulfilling the faction's promise. Lu Qi was cultivating a top-notch cultivation method passed down by the Purple Cloud Palace. The cultivation method of the Purple Cloud Palace. Its level was unknown, but it was extremely powerful. Only women with pure bodies could cultivate it, and they couldn't touch the opposite sex during the cultivation. Once the taboo was violated, the cultivation method would regress, and the cultivation difficulty would increase several times. It was almost equivalent to wasting all the previous efforts. Gu Taishu was wary of the faction's rules. Although he had wanted to meddle in it many times, he had to suppress his impulse. The cultivation of the Purple Cloud Palace gets harder as it progresses. Lu Qi's heart was pounding. Gu Taishu made a sound of acknowledgement and didn't take it to heart. "Cultivate in peace, senior brother. There's no hurry." "Okay," Lu Qi said softly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. In the martial tower of the martial yard, many people who have obtained destinies have appeared. All the influences have received the news and are gathering in the martial yard, Gu Taishu said. "You should go in that direction first. You'll catch up with Han Fei soon, and she'll take you there." Lu Qi said, "What about you, senior brother?" Gu Taishu chuckled. "I still have some matters to attend to, and I'll catch up with you soon." Lu Qi thought about it and flew away. "Hurry up, senior brother." Nodding lightly, Gu Taishu watched Lu Qi leave. His face darkened, and he stared coldly in the direction where Su Yu had left. "Hiding your identity after saving Lu Qi. Humph. Do you think I'll believe you?" Gu Taishu was concerned about Lu Qi's savior. If he hadn't verified it himself, he wouldn't have been able to get over it. Saving someone's life, but not expecting anything in return. Who would believe that there was nothing fishy about it? Either Lu Qi was hiding something, or her savior was up to no good. The latter was most likely. Perhaps his filthy body had already possessed Lu Qi, and she was unaware of it. Chapter 1005. After Su Yu bid farewell to Lu Qi, he walked toward the edge of the book garden. The threat of the book garden master was still there. As long as he did not leave the book garden, he would not be safe. After another half a day, Su Yu had reached the edge of the forest. He was surrounded by trees that were about 100 feet tall, and he could faintly see the steep mountain ranges in the distance. On those mountains, one could vaguely see broken swords and broken blades stuck straight into the ground. Traces of sharp aura reverberated in the mountains. Is that the martial yard? Su Yu muttered to himself. The flower garden and the book garden had already been to the 5 great gardens. The former had obtained the garden master and the honey of 100 flowers, while the latter had obtained Mo Jidao's Book of Yang. Their gains were not to be belittled. He wondered if there was anything special about the martial garden. With a flash of his eyes, Su Yu strode toward the martial yard. But at this moment, he subconsciously turned his head to look. A trace of remnant flame slowly dissipated in the forest, leaving behind a blazing aura. Su Yu, who possessed the magical space ability, could feel the faintly discernible space energy reverberating. Who is it? Su Yu was on guard. Just now, someone tore the void from behind him without making a sound. If not for his sensitivity to space, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Could it be the book garden's book garden master? Su Yu pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly in denial. If it were the book yard master, she would have struck long ago and not sneakily. Being followed by a mysterious person who could travel through the void, Su Yu's eyes became more serious. When did that person start following him? What was he trying to do? With caution, Su Yu walked quickly toward the martial yard. But at this moment, a piercingly cold aura filled with boundless killing intent shot over from afar. Su Yu turned around and looked at him again, killing intent appearing between his brows. Gu Taishu. Unexpectedly, he actually caught up. Gu Taishu also noticed Su Yu's presence from afar, and his handsome face immediately became gloomy. He had imagined who had saved Lu Qi, but he had never imagined that it would be Su Yu, that ant from the Jinlong continent. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, Lu Qi had treated this ant in a special way, and he seemed to have an indescribable friendship with Lu Qi. He had seen all this with his own eyes. As he recalled how Lu Qi had deliberately concealed the fact that the person who had saved her was Su Yu, Gu Taishu felt like he had been deceived. Anyone could imagine what it meant for their own woman to hide the ambiguous relationship between them from her fiancé. Yuan, come on. Yes, you. Gu Taishu flew over, his eyes filled with rage. How could Su Yu have known that his good intentions for Lu Qi's sake would cause Gu Taishu to misunderstand him even more? As he stared at Gu Taishu, Su Yu suppressed his desire to kill him. Firstly, he did not have absolute confidence that he could kill Gu Taishu, especially after witnessing Gu Taishu's peak pure divine decree. His strength was unfathomable. Secondly, his true qi had yet to recover, and his strength had yet to reach its peak. Even though the 3 of them were at their peak, they were not willing to waste time here. If they wanted to kill him, they would have plenty of chances to leave the glittering jewel wonderland. Why was there a need to rush? The glittering jewel wonderland opened once every 100 years, and it wasn't used for fighting. Gu Taishu was also aware of this. If it were any other trial taker, he would have subdued him and interrogated him severely. But Su Yu was someone he knew. A guy who had killed a being like Xue Di with his own hands must have some unknown, terrifying tricks up his sleeve. He did not want to fight Su Yu to the death now. Once he had gathered enough opportunities in the glittering jewel wonderland and reached the all creations level, would he still be afraid of not being able to kill Su Yu? Their gazes collided in the air, causing intense sparks to fly. Powerful murderous intents surrounded each other, causing the pitch-black forest around them to wither rapidly and turn into nothingness. The mountain rock between them crumbled with a loud crash, and a dull thunderclap erupted. I came to the Wonderland this time to look for the last drop of the ancient spiritual beast's blood. Once I find it, it will be your doomsday." Gu Taishu pointed at Suyu from afar, his murderous intent thick. He had reached the peak of the 9th grade Almighty a long time ago. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the All Creations level. However, he had suppressed his cultivation because he was not going to break through to the ordinary All Creations level. Instead, he was going to refine a 9 fairy elixir and complete the complete ancient spiritual body of the 9 transformations of real spirit. Once he succeeded, he would rarely meet a worthy opponent in the All Creations level. Even Mo Tianxian, who is known as the first person below the mortal fairies, might not be his match. By then, on the Jiuzhou continent, unless the 9 great prefectures' kings and the Duanxian cliff master protected him, no one would be able to save him. Whose doomsday is it? You'll find out the moment you close your eyes. Suyu said indifferently. Both of them were brimming with murderous intents, each with a firm determination to kill the other. At that moment, a cold smile suddenly spread across the void. "Ha ha ha, why don't you two die together?" The voice was hollow and overlapping, sounding very mysterious. Who else could it be but the Book-Yard Master? The sound of space tearing reverberated above their heads, and a book shrouded in black, white, and blue lights broke through the air. The Book-Yard Master? Suyu's eyes turned cold. It had been a few days, but it was still easily found. The people of the Heavenly Knife region must have suffered heavy casualties. After being hunted by the Book-Yard Master for so long, those who could escape from the Book-Yard could not be more than 5. Gu Taishu put his hands behind his back and looked over coldly. "Who are you? Do you have the right to interrupt when we are talking? Get lost." The Book-Yard Master had no idea of Gu Taishu's depth. She sneered mockingly. "Ignorant challenger, how dare you be so arrogant in my territory? I just want to take his life. Fine. Since I've started killing, I'll send you on your way too." When she finished, the magnificent All Creations' mighty force pressed down like a heavenly curtain enveloping them. Upon hearing that, Gu Taishu glanced at Suyu and sneered contemptuously. "Take his life? I think you've stayed in the glittering jewel wonderland for too long and are a frog in a well. A mere stage 1 All Creations dares to threaten to take his life?" It was not that Gu Taishu was flattering Suyu, but it was the truth that he knew. If Suyu really wanted to kill the Book-Yard Master, it would be a piece of cake. At the same time, he was unwilling to admit that Suyu, whom he regarded as his mortal enemy, was a small, insignificant character in the eyes of others. Wouldn't that weaken his reputation? The Book-Yard Master was stunned. She could vaguely sense Gu Taishu's power, but Suyu was just a 9th grade fairy, wasn't he? Swaying her body slightly, the Book-Yard Master sneered. "You challengers are still so fond of flaunting your power. Do you really think I'll fall for your tricks?" When she finished, the All Creations' mighty force condensed into a colossal phantom 1,000 feet wide, which came crashing down. The target was none other than Gu Taishu. Gu Taishu's face was expressionless, his eyes full of contempt. "You overestimate yourself." Gu Taishu's body emitted 9 bright rays of light, which seemed to be 9 major acupoints. The purple light on his right arm was especially bright. He clenched his right fist, which was filled with purple light. With one hand behind his back, he punched toward the sky. Boom! The phantom of the giant book seemed majestic, but it was shattered into several halves by Gu Taishu's punch. The remnant force of the punch surged toward the Book-Yard Master, who was surrounded by a radiant tricolored glow to protect herself. With a loud bang, the tricolored rays of light shattered as well. The Book-Yard Master's true form was sent flying backward from the impact. Her stubborn and self-opinionated tone was now filled with astonishment. "This punch? No, it's your physique. The ancient body of 9 spirits. How could it be? How could the bloodline of an upper-class race appear in your body? The book yard master's tone was full of shock. Gu Taishu said contemptuously, "You're nothing more than this." As he spoke, he casually raised his fist again and blasted it toward her. With a shrill scream, the book yard master was sent flying into the clouds. Her body was damaged, as if she had suffered a very serious injury. Then Gu Taishu rolled up his sleeves and pulled the book yard master over. He sneered. Rumor has it that the 6th yard can be opened when all 5 yard masters are gathered. I wonder if the other yard masters have also been captured. With a flip of his palm, he had severely injured the All Creations yard master and captured her alive. It had only taken a moment. Witnessing the whole process, Su Yu's heart was filled with awe. This was probably just the surface of Gu Taishu's strength. However, right at that moment, Su Yu's eyes suddenly shot toward Gu Taishu's back like lightning. A crack in the void appeared behind him, and a tender, fair hand reached out from the crack abruptly, grabbing the book yard master in Gu Taishu's palm. Gu Taishu raised his eyebrows. "Come out." His right hand gripped the book yard master tightly and abruptly exerted force to pull it out. A delicate cry was immediately heard from the crack in the void. Accompanied by the shrill cry of a phoenix, a large mass of raging flames flew out from the crack. Su Yu turned his eyes and fixed his gaze on it. It was a sweet and adorable little girl, stepping on a flaming phoenix who had been forcibly pulled out from the crack in the void by Gu Taishu. The sweet girl was calm in the face of danger, and her right hand, which had been grabbed, suddenly surged with orange flames. Gu Taishu sensed the anomaly in his palm and immediately let go. The sweet girl was freed, and she somersaulted continuously, stepping on the fire phoenix and flying out of the crack in the void. She dodged 1,000 feet away from Gu Taishu and stared at the book yard master in his hand from afar. The sweet girl was no more than 18 years old. Her skin was delicate and smooth, flawless, and her facial features were delicate and adorable. She wasn't exactly beautiful, but she had the innocence and sweetness of a leading girl, which was exceptionally endearing. However, if one were to neglect her strength and the fire phoenix beneath her feet, it would be equivalent to having one foot in the king of hell. Gu Taishu's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th grade almighty, but the hints of danger emanating from his body indicated that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The fire phoenix beneath his feet was an all creation's demonic beast comparable to the book yard master, and it was extremely ferocious. Gu Taishu looked at his palm, which had a trace of a scorch mark left on it. There was a crystal-like crystal fragment embedded in his palm. Grass of crystallization? Gu Taishu's face turned solemn, and the purple energy on his palm swept past, shaking off all the grass of crystallization before it could reproduce. Raising his head to gaze at the pure and sweet girl, Gu Taishu's expression became much more solemn. "Are you the second lady, Dongfeng Tianfeng?" Dongfeng Tianfeng? Su Yu found her unfamiliar, as he had never heard of this woman's name. However, there was no doubt that the mysterious person who had been stalking Su Yu just now was undoubtedly this woman. To be able to exchange blows with Gu Taishu and not be at a disadvantage, her strength was evident. Moreover, Gu Taishu was so arrogant, yet he was afraid of this woman, which made Su Yu even more apprehensive. The young girl, who looked like a leading girl, rubbed her wrist and glared at him. "You've hurt me. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Gu Taishu retracted his murderous intent. Not only was he not annoyed by her attack, but he smiled instead. "I had eyes but failed to recognize Miss Tianfeng in time. It's my fault." Looking at the book yard master in his hand, Gu Taishu said generously and heartily, "Since Miss Tianfeng wants the book yard master, I'll make it up to you and give it to you as a gift." It was obvious that Gu Taishu was currying favor with this little girl. Su Yu was secretly surprised. He knew that Gu Taishu wasn't just a student of the Purple Cloud Palace, but he was also inextricably linked to the central prefecture's king. His status was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. For someone like him to deliberately befriend the leading girl in front of him, what kind of background did he have? If Su Yu knew that Dongfang Tianfeng came from the great eastern continent, the ancient family that had produced two mortal fairies, he wouldn't be so surprised. The number one family in the world, the great Oriental family. Moreover, Dongfang Tianfeng herself was one of the four great starry sky elites of the current generation, and her strength might not be weaker than Gu Taishu's. How could Gu Taishu not make friends with such a noble person with such outstanding talent and status? Anyway, his goal wasn't the 6th yard, but the last drop of real spirit blood. Dongfang Tianfeng pouted and raised her chin like a proud little peacock. At least you know what's good for you. Gu Taishu smiled and walked forward to offer the book Yard Master to her. The first step of befriending her was considered a success. However, Dongfang Tianfeng didn't accept it. Instead, she said, "I don't want it." Gu Taishu's smile froze, and he asked, "Miss Tianfeng, don't you want the book Yard Master?" "No, I only want the garden Yard Master." Dongfang Tianfeng's bright and innocent eyes turned to Su Yu, and her eyes were shining with grievance. "The book Yard Master was originally mine, but you took it away from me." In fact, when he saw Gu Taishu being poisoned by the grass of crystallization, Su Yu realized that Dongfang Tianfeng was the woman from the great Oriental family mentioned by the eldest senior brother of the Heaven's Craftsman faction. Could she have been secretly following him from the garden? However, Su Yu had no intention of pleasing Dongfang Tianfeng. He wanted to keep the garden yard master to open the 6th yard and obtain sublimations. "I'm sorry, the garden yard master didn't have your name engraved on it." "How can you say that?" Su Yu was expressionless, with no intention of giving in. Dongfang Tianfeng said angrily, "If I hadn't been delayed by something and arrived a step later, the garden yard master would have been mine." Su Yu turned his head and cupped his fists. "I have matters to attend to and have no time to entertain you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Secretly watching the scene, Gu Taishu's lips curled into a playful smile. He had offended the second daughter of the great Oriental family. Haha, he really didn't know his place. Dongfang Tianfeng didn't have to do anything. The glittering jewel wonderland had plenty of heaven rulers to fight for her, including the remaining 3 starry sky elites. "I know, so I'll use the book yard of the book yard to exchange for it with you." Dongfang Tianfeng pouted at Gu Taishu. "What are you waiting for? Send the book yard master to me. I've never seen anyone as slow as you." The smile on Gu Taishu's lips froze, and his heart was filled with indignation. Giving the yard master that he had captured to Su Yu, what did Dongfang Tianfeng take him for? A servant that she could order around at will. It would have been fine if she had been given to someone else, but it was Su Yu. Chapter 1006. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Dongfang Tianfeng urged. There were many martial artists like Gu Taishu who wanted to curry favor with her. How could she be polite? Gu Taishu lowered his head to Su Yu and said with narrowed eyes, "Miss Tianfeng, I think we can get the flower yard master without losing the book yard master." "You mean I should join forces with you?" Dongfang Tianfeng asked. Gu Taishu stared at Su Yu and nodded slowly. He didn't want to fight Su Yu alone, but with the second daughter of the great Oriental family, there was an 80% chance of winning. The great Oriental family wouldn't let Dongfang Tianfeng take the risk. She must have powerful treasures to protect herself. Su Yu could be eliminated with Dongfang Tianfeng's help. "You're dreaming." However, Dongfang Tianfeng responded with contempt. "If I could snatch it, would I have followed you until now?" Dongfang Tianfeng said. Gu Taishu frowned. Had Dongfang Tianfeng discovered Su Yu's power? Dongfang Tianfeng was forced to snatch another yard master in exchange. It was obvious that she was afraid of Su Yu. "My Feng told me that he has several dangerous things on him. I don't think it's necessary to take the risk." Dongfang Tianfeng touched the fire phoenix under her feet. Dangerous things. Gu Taishu didn't doubt her. Cut the crap and send the book yard master over, Dongfang Tianfeng yelled. Gu Taishu's facial muscles tightened as he pondered. His priority now wasn't to win Dongfang Tianfeng's heart, but to avoid offending her. Dongfang Tianfeng didn't lack people to curry favor with. She might not appreciate his flattery, but if he didn't, he would offend her. He couldn't offend Dongfang Tianfeng like Suyu, so he could only swallow his anger. Holding the book yard master in his hand, he took 2 steps forward and stared at Suyu. He handed the book yard master over with one hand without saying a word. Suyu put his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "Brother Gu, is this charity? Although I can't compare with your status in the blessed and heavenly lands, I won't accept handouts. Miss Tianfeng wants to exchange for your flower yard master. If you're sensible, let's do it now." Su, you looked surprised. "Oh, so you're begging me. If that's the case, you don't look so good." Gu Taishu was annoyed, and he narrowed his eyes. "Suyu, don't push your luck." Suyu flicked his sleeves and turned around. "Since Brother Gu thinks that I don't know what's good for me, is there still a need to talk?" Dongfang Tianfeng, who was at the side, was anxious. She glared at Gu Taishu with her almond-shaped eyes. It was obvious that she was going to teach him a lesson if the negotiation failed. Gu Taishu's heart sank when he sensed Dongfang Tianfeng's dissatisfaction. Sure enough, it was hard to leave a good impression on Dongfang Tianfeng, but it was very easy to offend her. If he had known earlier, he would have pretended not to know Dongfang Tianfeng, and he would not have been in such a passive situation. Gu Taishu regained his composure and said, "Brother Su, Lady Celestial Phoenix is willing to exchange the flower yard master for the book yard master. Brother Su, please give up your treasure." Without even turning his head, Suyu calmly said, "Speak louder, I can't hear you." The blue veins on Gu Taishu's forehead throbbed. He took a deep breath, raised his voice, and repeated, "Brother Su, please part with your treasure." "I still can't hear you." Suyu shrugged his shoulders. Gu Taishu's killing intent surged, and he resisted the urge to flick his sleeves and leave. For the last time, he used his genuine chi to produce the sound wave technique that shook the air. "Please, Brother Su, part with your treasure. Did you hear me?" Gu Taishu's face was gloomy. Suyu finally came back to his senses and picked his ears. "Yes, I finally heard you. Then bring me the flower yard master." Gu Taishu snorted. Suyu spread his hands. "I didn't say I wanted to trade. I'm leaving, Brother Gu. See you next time." Waving his hand, Suyu strode toward the center of the martial yard. Gu Taishu was furious. "You're courting death." He had been teased again and again, but in the end he still failed to exchange for the flower yard master, which finally infuriated Gu Taishu. "Useless trash." Dongfang Tianfeng glared at him with her starry eyes. "Give me the book yard master." Gu Taishu looked back coldly, his heart flickering with murderous intent. If not for the fact that he was not fully confident that he could keep Dongfang Tianfeng here, he would have struck and turned her into ashes. How many years had it been since he had suffered such humiliation? However, the reputation of the great Oriental family, the #1 family in the world, made Gu Taishu afraid to make a move. Swallowing his anger, he offered the book yard master with both hands. "Humph, I'll do it myself." Dongfang Tianfeng grabbed the book yard master unceremoniously, threw down 2 extremely precious materials as compensation, and left. Gu Taishu stared in the direction in which the 2 of them had left, his murderous intent overflowing. "When I've refined the 9 fairy elixir and become a complete body of 9 spirits, your great Oriental family will have to show me some respect." Humph! Suyu flew toward the center of the martial yard, looking behind him from time to time. He could feel that Dongfang Tianfeng was still following him. This put Suyu in a somewhat passive position. With her around, Without a safe environment, Suyu could not consume the honey of 100 flowers and cultivate his cultivation technique with 10 times the comprehension. It seemed like he needed to find a safe place. Half a day later, at the edge of the bookyard where Suyu, Gu Taishu, and Dongfeng Tianfeng had appeared, a bronze-colored bull stepped out of the crack in the void, flickering in all directions, the scent of the body of 9 spirits. The bronze-colored bull sniffed the surrounding air, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. How could there be a person with the bloodline of a third-class race in the Jiuzhou continent? However, it seems like only one spirit has been awakened, and it's an incomplete body. It won't be a problem, the bronze-colored bull muttered to itself. There's the scent of the student of the supreme, heavenly demon faction here. It looks like he's not far away. The bronze-colored bull took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Half a day later, Suyu left the bookyard and came before a mountain curtain of mountains. There were tens of thousands of mountains, and every one of them was forged from various kinds of broken weapons. The broken weapons were oddly shaped, and many of them were extremely huge. They didn't look like weapons used by humans. Many challengers were busily searching for broken weapons with spiritual energy in the mountains, big and small. Along the way, the number of challengers seen here far exceeded the sum of the flower yard and the bookyard. Almost half of the influences had gathered in the martial yard. According to Mo Tianxian, the martial yard was located in the center of the 5 yards, and it was considered the center. Many influences would choose to gather in the martial yard, so it was not surprising that there were many people. However, it was precisely because of this that once the martial disaster broke out in the martial yard, the casualties were the most severe. Almost 40% of the challengers were eliminated immediately. The disaster of books has yet to come, and the disaster of martial arts has yet to come. Suyu thought to himself. There were still 3 days before the disaster of books broke out, and he had already read a book of life. Barring any accidents, he would definitely incur the disaster of books. Each disaster was stronger than the one before it. The disaster of flowers should be the easiest disaster to overcome, but the disaster of books might not be so easy. With some trepidation, Suyu stepped into the core of the martial yard. Almost half of the strong heaven rulers had gathered there. Figures could be seen everywhere, and it was quite lively. When he reached the center, the crowd even seemed crowded. Each mountain was occupied by different influences, and different flags were planted there. As far as the eye could see, tens of thousands of flags were fluttering, and it was quite a spectacular sight. What shocked Suyu was that among the tens of thousands of flags, he found the flag of the Red Blood Palace. After passing through 2 yards, he had finally found his own people. He walked quickly and landed on the mountain with the flag of the Red Blood Palace, but found that the tent at the top of the mountain was empty. Chapter 1007. There was no such thing as leaving a flag, but not a trace of the person. Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out from behind him. "It's really you, Suyu Xian." When Suyu turned his head to take a look, he saw a well-maintained and well-endowed middle-aged woman standing coldly behind Suyu. She was staring at him furiously. Fairy Ling. Suyu was surprised. She was the Tianya Auction House's cabinet master and Gongsun Wuxia's aunt. Fairy Ling's face was frosty. "Long time no see. How have you been? Your cultivation has improved a lot." Although it had been a long time, Fairy Ling still couldn't forget the lovesickness seed that Inmu had planted in her body and allowed Suyu to control her. Suyu smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. "Fairy Ling, are you here to visit Gongsun Wuxia? How has she been these days? How are our Red Blood Palace's people?" Fairy Ling replied calmly, "She's fine, so you don't need to see her. But your Red Blood Palace's people aren't in a good situation." Suyu had long felt that something was amiss with the Red Blood Palace. "By the way, where are the Red Blood Palace's people? What are you doing?" Suyu asked. Fairy Ling furrowed her brows and was unwilling to answer. But after some thought, she said, "Even if you know, you can't help them. They've been challenged by the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region, and they're fighting each other. I heard that you stole something from the Heavenly Knife region, and they're here to settle the score." Had the Heavenly Knife region also arrived? Su Yu asked, "How many people are there?" According to their estimations, they should have been almost completely annihilated by the book garden owner. 3. Including that person, that's 4, Fairy Ling said. The other 3 should be Qian Feng, Zhao Li, and the others. As for that person, who is he? How's the battle going? Su Yu asked indifferently. Fairy Ling was surprised. "Oh, you don't seem to be in a hurry. They are your fellow disciples." They were indeed from the same faction as Su Yu, but only a few of them truly treated Su Yu as one of them. Su Yu had not forgotten that during the Feng Yun Great Meet, during the selection process, the people from the inner sanctum had all hoped that Su Yu would not enter. He would never forget that Mo Tianxian had transported Su Yu to the garden alone. Now that the Red Blood Palace's people were in trouble, what reason did he have to save them? "I just want to know if Bing Wuxin, Gong Sun Wuxia, and Bai Shanliang are among them," Su Yu said concisely. Fairy Ling smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, there are still people who I'm worried about." "You don't have to worry about Gong Sun Wuxia. She's in another yard. Bai Shanliang has long since left, and his whereabouts are unknown. Only Bing Wuxin is here." Su Yu asked, "Where are they fighting?" Fairy Ling pointed to the center of the area surrounded by countless mountains. There was a black obsidian pagoda with 100 floors. Its entire body was made of a strange metal that flickered with a dark light. Broken weapons and broken blades were all over the tower. Among them, there was no lack of incomplete, semi-manufactured celestial artifacts. That's the Martial Tower, the most important place in the Martial Yard, and also the safest place in the glittering Jewel Wonderland. Fairy Ling said, "Once you enter, apart from the challengers, no other living beings can enter. The tower's solid and indestructible body is something that even a mortal fairy can't do anything to." Su Yu asked, "Are you saying that they are in the tower?" Fairy Ling shook her head slightly. "The Martial Tower hasn't opened yet. There's still half a day before it opens on the night of the full moon. The people of the Red Blood Palace aren't in the Martial Tower, but in the arena set up to fight for the Martial Tower. It's on the other side of the Martial Tower." Su Yu asked, "How's the battle going?" "There are only 3 or 4 people from the Heavenly Knife region. We, the Red Blood Palace, have the absolute advantage in numbers, so we shouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Do you think the Red Blood Palace can compete with the power of a region? Moreover, they have that person keeping watch, while your Red Blood Palace's chief disciple, Bing Wuqing, has never met up with your Red Blood Palace. Even though there are only 4 of them, they still manage to inflict heavy casualties on your Red Blood Palace. Your beloved fiancé was also injured." Upon hearing that, Su Yu's face showed a hint of nervousness. "Wuxin is injured. Judging from the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region, the only one who could pose a threat to her was Qian Feng. His strength was no less than Jinmu's. It was inevitable that Bing Wuxin was no match for him." "Thank you for telling me." Su Yu cupped his fists and immediately flew to the other side of the Martial Tower. Fairy Ling wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. She wanted to say that Su Yu wouldn't be of any help if he went over. That was the battlefield of the almighty divine masters. What could a 9th grade fairy do? Why rush over and walk right into the trap? After thinking for a moment, Fairy Ling stomped her feet and sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll just follow him and act according to the situation to save him. This way, the young cliff master will owe me a favor, and it'll be much easier to bring him back to the severed fairy cliff in the future." When she finished speaking, her figure floated and approached slowly. Bypassing the majestic tower, they saw a huge mountain that had been flattened by someone on the land on the other side of the tower. The mountain was surrounded by a sea of people, and the flattened area was filled with a large number of challengers in blue robes. Judging by their attire, they were from the Red Blood Palace. There were also several challengers in different colored attire. Among them, Su Yu recognized Qian Feng and Zhao Li, as well as an 8th grade almighty female challenger. Another person, dressed in light white robes, was standing outside the battlefield in a carefree manner. He was holding a pitch-black book in his hand, reading it quietly as if no one else was around. His temperament was ethereal, and he didn't seem like someone from the mortal world. It was a pity that a golden mask covered his face, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. By Ling Tian. Back then, Jin Mu had duplicated Bai Ling Tian with a drop of his essence blood, and his combat prowess was only 70% of the original. Even so, he was still extraordinarily frightening. Bing Wuxin at her peak was no match for him at all. Su Yu recognized the person in an instant from the golden mask. He was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Heavenly Knife region, Bai Ling Tian. If his guess was right, the black book in his hand should be Mo Jidao's Book of Yin. All of a sudden, as if he had sensed something, Bai Ling Tian closed the Book of Yin and lifted his eyes to look at Su Yu. His emerald eyes were like a pair of emerald green flowers, exceptionally dreamy and exceptionally dangerous. Gazing deeply into those emerald green eyes, Su Yu glanced casually at the battlefield. Qian Feng was indeed impressive. He was fighting against 10 people alone, and yet he wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest. Instead, he managed to injure a late-stage, almighty strong man from the Red Blood Palace from time to time. Zhao Li was known as the 2nd strongest man in the Purple Cloud Palace. Although he was a traitor, his combat prowess was still astonishing. He was fighting Tianyu and 6 8th grade almighty alone, and he was doing it with ease. Tianyu's face showed signs of fatigue. As for the 8th grade almighty female challenger, she was equally impressive. She was restraining Tang Ling and dozens of 7th grade almighty single-handedly. Her combat prowess was incredible, and this was the result of Bai Ling Tian's having yet to strike. If he were to strike, the situation would be completely one-sided, and there would be no suspense. Chapter 1008. Her beautiful face was like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain, attracting countless gazes. Most of the unfamiliar challengers who were watching the battle were captivated by her breathtaking beauty. She stood upright at the edge of the battle, holding a cold, long sword in her arms, her snow-like eyes watching every move on the battlefield. Around her was a piercing sword energy. The sword energy was sharp and oppressive. Although there were many who were stunned by her beauty, no one dared to approach her. Swoosh! With a leap, Su Yu landed beside Bing Wuxin under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Bing Wuxin glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. A gleam of joy flashed across her pretty eyes, but her face was cold as she glared at Su Yu. Why are you only here now? Although her tone was unfriendly, her sword energy was restrained, allowing Su Yu to approach her. There was an accident during the teleportation. I was far away from you, so I couldn't make it in time, Su Yu said briefly. Are you not joining in because of Bai Ling Tian? Bing Wuxin stared at Bai Ling Tian with extreme vigilance. Yes, we agreed on the condition that Bai Ling Tian and I are not to join in the battle. Bai Ling Tian's strength was unfathomable. If Bing Wuxin used the ancient spiritual body, there were only a few 9th grade almighty who could withstand it. If the 2 of them joined in the battle, the casualties would increase dramatically. Bai Ling Tian's strength should be above mine, but for some reason, the Heavenly Knife region suffered heavy casualties before arriving at the martial yard. Only the 4 of them were left, so Bai Ling Tian suggested that he and I not participate in the battle. His goal was to save as many challengers of the Heavenly Knife region as possible. As Bing Wuxin spoke, she looked at Su Yu without blinking. They said that it was you who snatched something from them, and it was you who caused them to suffer heavy casualties. Is this true? Su Yu frowned deeply. When he rescued Lu Chui and snatched the Book of Yang, he hadn't exposed his identity. At that time, there were only two people who knew Su Yu's identity, Lu Chui and Gu Taishu, who arrived later. If he was not mistaken, it was Gu Taishu who sold the news that Su Yu was from the Red Blood Palace to the Heavenly Knife region. Gu Taishu. Su Yu glanced over coldly. From afar, he saw that the challengers of the Purple Cloud Palace were also among the onlookers. Gu Taishu stood at the forefront, and Lu Chui, whose face was gloomy, was beside him. He looked at Su Yu with a sneer. Their gazes collided, and a trace of killing intent burst forth. Su Yuxian. Bing Wuxin followed Su Yu's line of sight and looked at Gu Taishu and Lu Chui. Her gaze flickered back and forth before finally landing on Lu Chui. Her snowy eyes were filled with suspicion. "Are you looking at Lu Chui?" Hearing this, Su Yu retracted his gaze. "You are thinking too much. I did snatch something from the Heavenly Knife region. This matter started because of me." He stood straight to the side, with no intention of making a move. Since Bing Wuxin, the only person he cared about, was fine, why should he be a busybody? Pa! The soft sound of a book closing could be heard clearly by everyone in the noisy battlefield. Looking in the direction of the sound, the entire place suddenly became much quieter. A gentle chuckle rang out abruptly. Bai Lingtian stood up slowly, holding Mo Jidao's Book of Yin in one hand. He looked at Su Yu with a faint smile. "Your companion is in danger. Aren't you going to help?" "Su Yuxian." Bai Lingtian's words gradually brought the intense battle to a halt. Qian Feng and the others gradually withdrew their attacks and retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Their eyes were as sharp as blades. "Su, Yu, Xian." Qian Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed Su Yu's name through gritted teeth. The challengers of the Red Blood Palace had just noticed Su Yu's arrival and were furious. Incompetent fool! Tang Ling was the first to fly into a rage. At the moment, he was bathed in blood and looked battered and exhausted. He walked toward Su Yu in exasperation, bellowing as he walked, "You've implicated the faction and brought upon an undeserved disaster. Do you know your crime?" Su Yu shrugged and said to the smiling Bai Lingtian, "You saw it for yourself. They don't necessarily regard me as companions." His words immediately infuriated the rest of the challengers of the Red Blood Palace. "Shameless! You've caused so many of our comrades to die. It's fine if you don't help, but you're standing at the side and making sarcastic remarks. We should have disregarded everything and let him fail in the Fengyan Great Assembly. How could things have ended up like this? I knew this Su Yuxian was a good-for-nothing. He was fearless because he was proficient in Mu words. I regret it." Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "Haha, you make it sound like it's all thanks to you that I can come to the glittering jewel wonderland. Besides, without me, you would have all died in the glittering jewel wonderland. You wouldn't be here today, filled with righteous indignation." Su Yu's rebuttal rendered them speechless. During the Fengyan Great Assembly, the sudden appearance of the terrifying puppet had caused Gu Taishu to flee. Without Su Yuxian, all of them would have been buried in the Purple Cloud's secret realm. "Nonsense. Even without you, the faction leader would have done it." Tang Ling strode forward, seething with rage. The old grudge had yet to be avenged, but a new one had been added. He had originally been eliminated by the Purple Cloud's secret realm. In the end, the quota was less than 100, so he was listed as a candidate. "So you seem to have only just noticed Tang Ling." He said indifferently, "I suppose a loser like Senior Brother Tang was able to come to the glittering jewel wonderland because of the faction leader, right?" Tang Ling was infuriated that his wound had been reopened. "You're courting death." Swoosh! When Tang Ling was 10 steps away from Su Yu, he suddenly launched an attack. Like a meteor, he drew out a broadsword and slashed it at Su Yu's head, intending to split him in half. Bing Wuxin's clear eyes flickered with coldness as she uttered a single word, "Get lost!" All of a sudden, Tangling felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shuddered as he stumbled backward. Finally, he staggered and leaned backward, about to fall to the ground. At that moment, a gentle force came from behind and caught him. "Junior Sister Bing, we were teaching a junior brother a lesson. Why did you injure us?" Tianyu walked out slowly from behind Tangling with a sullen face. Bing Wuxin was expressionless. Teach him a lesson? Do you think Su Yuxin could have withstood Tangling's sword? If that's a lesson, why don't I do the same to Tangling? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tangling was obviously going to take Su Yu's life. After all, Tangling was an 8th grade almighty who had made a name for himself for a long time. Su Yuxian, on the other hand, was said to be only a 9th grade fairy. There was an insurmountable gap between their cultivation. When she finished speaking, Bing Wuxin's fingertips touched the hilt of the sword in her arms, her eyes swallowing and spitting sword energy. Tianyu sneered. "Very well. I've long wanted to see what makes junior sister Wuqing value you. Just because you look exactly the same? Tangling, I'll leave Su Yuxian to you." Tianyu's murderous aura permeated the air. "You don't have to be so courteous. Feel free to teach such a disciple who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. If he dares to resist, kill him." As she spoke, she clapped one of her hands, and a pair of giant golden scissors appeared. The scissors were carved with a dragon's head. Chapter 1009. Tianyu held the scissors with both hands and said disdainfully, "3 moves? You're overestimating yourself. My golden dragon scissors can cut formless souls and fragments of fairy artifacts. Let me see how you'll defeat me in 3 moves." Crack! The golden dragon scissors closed abruptly, cutting out 2 intersecting beams of golden light. Wherever the golden light passed, the space was cut into 2 pitch-black spatial cracks, like a piece of cloth. Bing Wuxin's unsheathed long sword was cut into 2, a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. Qian Feng's expression turned serious. Tianyu had not used this semi-manufactured fairy artifact when she fought him. Gasps of surprise rang out from all directions. Only the top 3 disciples of a great sect like the Red Blood Palace had the opportunity to obtain a semi-manufactured fairy artifact for self-defense. Tianyu had one, so how could she not be envious? However, Bing Wuxin's expression was calm. She weaved a seal with both hands and said, "Do you think my sword is that easy to cut?" Creak! With a soft sound, the sword light that had been cut into 2 receded, revealing its true form. It was not a tangible treasure, but 2 transparent objects, formless and incorporeal. After being cut, the 2 beams of sword light fused into one and reformed into a sword that continued to slash at Tianyu, who was close at hand. Tianyu was shocked, her face filled with terror. This is the intermediate level of the path of sword, the imperishable sword body. What? The 2nd level of the path of sword? The onlookers gasped. For any martial path, there would be an unbreakable barrier at the end of the training. Once it was broken through, one would step into another realm of the divine temple, known as the innate martial path. The innate martial path was divided into 3 great realms: the elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The 3 great realms of the path of sword were the elementary realm, and the intermediate realm was the imperishable sword body. Most geniuses stopped at the innate martial path, unable to get a glimpse of the innate martial path. Only a few with exceptional comprehension could break through the barrier and step into the 1st level of the innate martial path. As for the 2nd level, only a handful of geniuses could comprehend it. At least in the Central Prefecture, there were very few who could cultivate a martial path to the 2nd level of the innate martial path. Bing Wuxin was one of them. Bai Ling Tian couldn't help but cast a praising look at him. His pair of jade-green eyes shone with a demonic glow. In the blink of an eye, the heaven jade golden dragon scissors spun in front of him and turned into a golden shield. At this moment, the the invisible sword light hit the golden shield. The sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard as the invisible sword light rubbed against the rotating golden dragon scissors, creating a long, fiery dragon. It was a spectacular scene. Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief and reined in her panic. A ruthless glint flickered in her eyes. The indestructible sword body is nothing more than this. Look at my golden dragon scissors. Crash! The spinning golden dragon scissors suddenly sped up. With an ear-piercing sound of friction, the shapeless sword light was deflected by the violently spinning golden scissors and flew back toward Bing Wuxin. At the same time, the golden dragon scissors split into two halves. Every single one of them was shaped like a golden jiao dragon, and they flew towards Bing Wuxin. Second form, semi-manufactured immortal artifact. Someone exclaimed. Semi-manufactured immortal artifacts usually had more than one ability. The more they hid their abilities, the scarier they were. That's the soul of the golden dragon, which contains the attack of a half-step all-creation expert. Even a 9th grade almighty can't withstand it. I'm afraid that beautiful lady is going to suffer. An unfamiliar challenger from an unknown region recognized the golden dragon scissors ability. Many people were worried for Bing Wuxin. Is the indestructible sword body so easily broken? Bing Wuxin's expression remained calm as she made a seal with one hand. All of a sudden, the shapeless sword light that was about to be deflected seemed to have frozen in time. From its blurry state of flying backward, it suddenly stopped 3 feet in front of her, motionless. Bing Wuxin made a seal with her jade-like finger and gently flicked the blade. All of a sudden, the shapeless sword light dissipated and turned into sparkling spots of light. The spots of light regrouped and condensed into more than one shapeless sword light that covered the entire battlefield. A rough count revealed that there were more than 1,000 of them. Every one of them was extremely swift and fierce, and they emitted powerful sword energy. For a moment, the sword energy was everywhere. It was hair-raising and exceptionally magnificent. This is the indestructible sword body, Bing Wuxin said placidly. As soon as she finished, the surroundings seemed to tighten. The 1,000 shapeless sword lights vibrated ceaselessly, emitting a buzzing sound. Bing Wuxin, who was controlling the 1,000 swords, was like a female sword fairy. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 1,000 shapeless sword lights were activated, and like a thick layer of dark clouds, they pounced down. Interesting, the indestructible sword body. The sword is like my heart, and it will never perish. Traverse the clouds and slay the demons. Bai Lingtian clapped his hands, a look of deep approval on his face. The power of this move was unparalleled, far surpassing Bing Wuxin's combat power in the past. Su Yu was amazed as well. It had only been a short while, but Bing Wuxin's comprehension of the sword path had surpassed the sword-heart synchronization and entered the second stage, the indestructible sword body. What? Ah! Tianyu only had time to cry out in shock before she was engulfed by the overwhelming, shapeless sword lights. The 2 golden dragon scissors had no choice but to fly back to her side, circling around to defend against the densely packed sword lights. Crack, crack! Faint cracking sounds came from the inside of the golden dragon scissors, as if they could not withstand intensive attacks and were about to shatter. Tianyu turned pale with fright. She had never expected Bing Wuxin's power to be so terrifying. She was almost on par with Bing Wuxing. Tang Ling, what are you waiting for? Capture Su Yuxian. Tianyu roared anxiously. She had forgotten her original intention of teaching Su Yu a lesson and was focused on preserving her own life. Tang Ling's eyelids twitched as he watched. He swallowed hard, feeling an unprecedented reverence for Bing Wuxin. Hearing her urging, how could Tang Ling dare to hesitate? His eyes shot toward Su Yuxian like lightning, and he sped away. Bing Wuxin's expression changed slightly, and she was about to divert her attention to deal with Tang Ling. Wuxin, leave him to me. Su Yu took a step forward indifferently. Bing Wuxin asked solemnly, "How long can you hold on?" Suyu thought about it and replied, "Probably one move." "One move?" Bing Wuxin nodded slightly. "One move should be enough. Hold on, I'll come to your rescue immediately." Among the onlookers, Fairy Ling sighed and took out an exquisite crossbow from her bosom. "You still need my help after all." Tang Ling flew to within 10 feet of Suyu at lightning speed. He formed a claw with one hand and clawed at Suyu's shoulder. At such a close distance, a slightly ferocious sneer appeared on his face. "At least you have some self-awareness. One move is enough." Seeing that the claw was about to capture Suyu easily, the corners of Suyu's mouth curled into a playful smile. In his chest, demonic energy suddenly tumbled, and 6 demonic dragons surged out in succession. The pure demonic energy shocked the onlookers. What a pure demonic energy! I've never seen a demonic cultivator with such a peculiar demonic energy. That doesn't seem to be any ordinary demonic energy. It's like the demonic energy of the demon clan that descended on the Jiuzhou continent 100 years ago. No way. Demonic energy from the extraterrestrial demons? Tang Ling, who was close at hand, was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, the 6 demonic dragons had penetrated his chest. The 9 dragons demon subduing art was unleashed for the first time at the 6th stage. Tang Ling looked at his body in disbelief. It was crumbling inch by inch, and pitch-black raging flames were surging from the inside out. Tang Ling couldn't believe the outcome before his eyes. Suyu said indifferently, "You misunderstood me. When I said one move, I was talking about you." When he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves lightly. Tang Ling's body crumbled, turning into feather-sized black ashes that drifted away. This person had tried to kill him many times, and this was the end of it. Chapter 1010. What cultivation level is he at? Suyu had killed the enemy with a single strike, which had finally caught the attention of the challengers from the other regions. When they tried to probe Suyu's cultivation level, they were all blocked by the silver mask on his face. He's an almighty challenger. The vital energy he exuded when he performed his cultivation technique was at the almighty level. He must be an almighty, someone analyzed. Nonsense. How could a martial artist below the almighty level be qualified to be recommended by the glittering jewel wonderland? The question is his real cultivation level 8 or 9? Only those who knew Suyu well knew his real cultivation level. It was only a 9th grade fairy, not even an almighty. Is he that powerful? Fairy Ling held the crossbow in her hand and stood rooted to the ground. Even she would most likely perish if she were to face the power of that strike. She remembered clearly that when she first met Suyu, he was just a little cultivator who had just entered the fairy realm. She could suppress him with a single finger. How long had it been? His strength had already reached a level that she couldn't even look up to. The change was so great that Fairy Ling had a feeling that she was hallucinating. Tianyu's pupils constricted, and she was shocked. His strength was far beyond her expectations. Tang Ling, a peak 8th grade almighty, couldn't even withstand a single strike from Suyu. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis, as if there was a dagger at her back. The other students of the inner sanctum of the Red Blood Palace turned pale with fright. Tang Ling was defeated in a single strike. Staring at Suyu, the students of the inner sanctum of the Red Blood Palace began to reevaluate their relationship with him. "You're that strong." Bing Wuxin was astonished. She knew that Suyu had concealed part of his strength, but in her impression his limit was the 6th grade almighty. Suyu smiled and clapped his hands. "You should finish up on your side as soon as possible." "Humph, I don't need you to tell me that." Bing Wuxin snorted indignantly, as if she had been provoked. She pressed down with her 5 fingers. The golden dragon scissors, which was already at the end of its tether, finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a cracking sound, it was penetrated by the infinite sword light. Its spiritual light dimmed and it shattered into countless pieces. Tianyu's spirit was connected to the semi-manufactured fairy artifact. Now that the fairy artifact was destroyed, her primordial spirit was injured. She was sent flying with a miserable groan, blood spurting from her mouth. In an instant, Tianyu and Tangling were dead and wounded. Su Yuxian. Tianyu stared at the dust that Tangling had turned into and yelled, "Your fellow disciple is in danger, yet instead of helping, you killed Tangling. What are your intentions? And you, Bing Wuxin, why did you destroy my immortal artifact and injure my body?" Su Yu laughed disdainfully at the mention of his fellow faction members being in danger. "So, you also know that your fellow faction members are in danger? In the face of a crisis, who was the one who did not unite against the outside world but tried to use force to suppress the internal situation and create internal strife? Senior Sister Tianyu, I don't believe that you haven't thought about this problem. If we're talking about evil intentions, we should be asking you that question." The challengers of the Heavenly Knife region were eyeing them covetously, but Tianyu put her personal hatred before the safety of her fellow faction members. Now he was even slandering Su Yu and Bing Wuxin. As for why Su Yu did not intend to help the Inner Sanctum disciples, it was because of what they had done to him previously, especially Tangling's sinister intentions. Su Yu did not take advantage of the chaos to attack them because they were from the same faction. Tianyu gritted her teeth and shouted, "Harming your fellow disciples. You should be punished according to the law. Bewitching people with lies was an additional crime. My fellow disciples, what are you waiting for? Let's attack together and kill the traitors. I will ask the palace master for your merits." The expressions of the Inner Sanctum disciples of the Red Blood Palace changed slightly. Against Su Yuxian and Bing Wuxin, there were more than 40 of them, but in terms of combat power, they were no match for Su Yuxian and Bing Wuxin. Ask the palace master MO for merits? Humph, I think she'll take your heads. Bing Wuxin sneered. Creating internal strife in the face of a crisis. Haven't you seen through her intentions? Staring at Tianyu, Bing Wuxin had a faint smile on her face. When you were fighting the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region, I didn't see you using your trump card like the Golden Dragon Scissors to salvage the situation. But when you're fighting your own people, you're willing to use it. Tell me, Senior Sister Tianyu, are you a disciple of the Red Blood Palace or the Heavenly Knife region? Upon hearing that, the Inner Sanctum disciples of the Red Blood Palace were terrified. Yes, during the battle with the Heavenly Knife region, the situation had been so perilous, and Tianyu had still concealed her strength, causing the casualties to increase. But when she was dealing with Bing Wuxin, she was screaming at the top of her lungs, and every blow was fatal. Due to Tianyu's reputation in the Inner Sanctum, the Inner Sanctum disciples hadn't thought too deeply about it. But when Bing Wuxin pointed out the suspicious point, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Swish, swish. One by one, the Inner Sanctum disciples distanced themselves from Tianyu, on high alert. Don't listen to their nonsense, Tianyu said anxiously, staring at Bing Wuxin with unquenchable hatred. But with Zhao Li of the Purple Cloud Palace as an example, no one dared to believe it. If the Heavenly Knife region could infiltrate Zhao Li, who was ranked second in the Purple Cloud Palace, why couldn't they infiltrate Tianyu? I've long suspected that there's something fishy about Senior Sister Tianyu, and just as I expected. An 8th grade Almighty Inner Sanctum disciple bellowed in a deep voice. He flew behind Su Yu and Bing Wuxin, leaving the scene without a doubt. The rest of the Inner Sanctum disciples pondered for a moment and made a decision easily. Firstly, Bing Wuxin had just demonstrated a shocking level of swordsmanship, and her strength was astonishing. Naturally, she had the potential to be a backer. Secondly, Tianyu was really suspicious, and continuing to associate with her would be extremely dangerous. After a while, all the Inner Sanctum disciples had gathered behind Su Yu and Bing Wuxin, leaving Tianyu alone. You, Tianyu was enraged. She swept her cold gaze over all the inner sanctum disciples who had betrayed her. Her eyes were exceptionally cold, but hints of a creepy sneer adorned her face. Consider yourselves lucky. Swish! Tianyu's figure flickered, turning into a shadow of light and flying behind Bai Lingtian. Bai Lingtian had a faint smile on his lips. He turned around and said in a gentle voice, "You've worked hard for so many years." Tianyu's face was full of respect. Tianyu is willing to give her all for the faction. The scene caused an uproar among the crowd. What? She really is a traitor of the Red Blood Palace. Zhao Li of the Purple Cloud Palace, Tianyu of the Red Blood Palace. How many people has the Heavenly Knife region planted in the blessed and heavenly lands all these years? The insiders were secretly amazed. The inner sanctum disciples behind Su Yu still had lingering fear in their hearts. They were thankful that they had made the right choice. More importantly, they were thankful that Su Yu had rushed back in time and accidentally exposed Tian Yu's foxtail. Otherwise, with Tian Yu as a mole, they would have been devoured by the Heavenly Knife region. I really didn't expect you to really be a traitor. Bing Wuxin sighed deeply. She had intended to sound out Tian Yu, but she had found out something earth-shattering. Tian Yu snorted. What's there to sigh about? A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. The Heavenly Knife region defies the general trend of the universe, and will certainly be crushed by it. I just realized it a day earlier than all of you. Bing Wuxin, you are extraordinarily talented. I advise you to leave the Red Blood Palace as soon as possible. I believe you will have a better future. Bing Wuxin replied indifferently, Why should I be worried about my future because of a traitor? You'd better worry about yourself and whether you can leave the glittering jewel wonderland. Uft! A long sneer came from Qian Feng's mouth. Chapter 10:11. Bing Wuxin raised her hand and beckoned, and 1,000 sword lights whirled in the sky in unison. Su Yuxian, I'm afraid that it's not up to you anymore. Fight with me. Bing Wuxin looked at Su Yu. Regardless of whether Su Yu attacked or not, the Heavenly Knife region would never let Su Yu off. Haha, it is everyone's responsibility to kill traitors, and I am no exception. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders and laughed, glancing at the other party. I like it the most when you have more people to bully me. Is that so? Bai Lingtian, who had been watching from the sidelines, asked with a smile. Su Yu looked at him and asked with a smile, Why, do you plan to fight them yourself? If it were him, Su Yu would only have a chance of winning if he went all out. Of course not. I'm only interested in the 4 great starry sky geniuses. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't interfere too much in the battle between you all. Bai Lingtian maintained his faint smile, elegant and otherworldly. If I don't make a move, someone else will. Bai Lingtian's gaze pierced through the crowd and shot towards a mountain in the distance. Is that so? Han Fei? Han Fei? The crowd burst into an uproar. There was probably no one who did not know who Han Fei was. The chief disciple of the supreme heavenly demon sect, Han Fei, the peerless starry sky genius that appeared once in 1,000 years, the saintess of the demonic sect that stood above the heroes of the demonic Tao. A month ago, in the land of the extreme north, the world was dark. A pitch-black blazing sun enveloped the boundless earth, competing with the sun and moon in splendor. The black sun had risen because of the demon sect saintess. She was the first peerless demoness to master the sky devil black sun after the founding master of the supreme heavenly demon faction. His strength was far beyond the level of a divine master. It was even rumored that the 10 great demon elders of the supreme heavenly demon sect had all been defeated by him. As for the 10 great demon elders, the first-ranked demon elder had long since reached the 3rd stage all creation's level. The mountain where the supreme heavenly demon sect was stationed was silent for a moment. Then the sound of fluttering sleeves was heard. A beautiful woman with skin as fair as snow, white teeth, and bright eyes, dressed in a long black gauze dress, hovered in the air. Looking at this woman, a sense of amazement bloomed in everyone's hearts. Amazement flickered in Su Yu's eyes. This woman's beauty wasn't any less than Bing Wuxian's. The only difference was that Han Fei was sexier and contained a faint natural charm, which was the complete opposite of Bing Wuxian's cold elegance. Han Fei's appearance caused an uproar. One of the 4 great starry sky prodigies, Han Fei! She actually showed herself. Bai Lingtian looked at Han Fei with a smile. It's been 3 years since we parted ways at the Starry Sky Summit. How have you been? Han Fei cast an indifferent glance at Bai Lingtian. Then, she shifted her gaze to Su Yu and scrutinized him carefully. Even though he was ignored, Bai Lingtian was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled casually. What's your name? Han Fei looked down at Su Yu quietly. The entire audience was silent, extremely quiet. The challengers from all over the mainland were all staring at Su Yuxian without blinking. To be asked for his name by a starry sky prodigy in public was an indescribable honor. Gu Taixiu squinted his eyes, and a cold light flickered in them. What do you want to do? Bing Wuxian's expression became grave, and she stood in front of Su Yu to block him. Han Fei said indifferently, I'm asking him, not you. Bing Wuxian said coldly, but if you want to touch him, you'll have to ask me first. Han Fei said faintly, you? That's right, me, because I'm his fiancé. Bing Wuxian said frankly, not caring that there were so many people present. Upon hearing that, Lu Qi shuddered for some unknown reason. Staring at the silver-masked Su Yu, Lu Qi felt as if her heart had been pierced by something. Was he already engaged to Bing Wuxian? A glint of dullness covered her eyes. Then I'll change the question, Han Fei said. Where does your demonic energy come from? Su Yu thought to himself. Sure enough, she was here for the demonic energy. The pure demonic energy he had displayed just now had caught the attention of the supreme heavenly demon faction. As the #1 demonic path in JoJo, the supreme heavenly demon faction had always prided itself on being the orthodox demonic path. The demonic energy they cultivated was completely different from other demonic factions, and was usually very pure. However, Su Yu's demonic energy was even purer than the demonic energy of the people of the supreme heavenly demon faction. Is there a need for me to tell you? Su Yu crossed his arms before his chest, fearless, as if the words starry sky prodigy meant nothing to him. The challengers from the foreign regions had extremely interesting expressions on their faces. How dare you speak to the starry sky prodigies like that? You're courting death. Starry Sky Prodigy, the title of the 4 strongest prodigies of the current generation of the continent. Which one of them wouldn't become an absolute powerhouse of the continent in the future? The previous 9 great prefectures' kings were all starry sky geniuses when they were young. Being too rigid is easy to break. With such a character, sooner or later, it will bring about a fatal disaster. Han Fei frowned. She did not expect to be rejected so cleanly. Bai Lingtian, who was at the side, had a faint smile on his face. It was as if everything was developing as he had expected. Are you sure you want me to attack? Han Fei cast an indifferent glance at the inner sanctum students of the Red Blood Palace behind Su Yu. Anyone who was swept by it felt as if they'd fallen into an ice house, and their entire bodies felt cold. That gaze made them feel like they were facing Emo Tianxian. There was only one word in everyone's mind, demoness. Just as the rumor said, she was an extremely terrifying demoness. Gu Taixiu sneered. Gu Taixiu still had lingering fears about Han Fei's fearsomeness. In a real fight, it would be difficult for Gu Taixiu to withstand 10 moves from Han Fei. If he was already in such a state, then Su Yu wouldn't be any better. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman was stronger than Bai Lingtian, but Su Yu still had several ways to defeat her. It was just that the price of sacrifice was too great. Sister Han Fei, why don't you let Feng have a go at you? A delicate voice reverberated from the 9 heavens. With a whooshing sound, a crack appeared in the sky, and a fire phoenix with a terrifying aura flew out from it. Sitting on it was an innocent and adorable young girl, who looked like a little girl leading a family. Her fair feet were bare and swaying incessantly. Han Fei looked up and frowned. Dongfang Tianfeng, are you standing up for them? Dongfang Tianfeng's appearance caused another uproar. The greatest family in the world, the great Oriental family. What, even she's here? Hiss! 2 of the 4 great starry sky geniuses have appeared at the same time. What a spectacle! Most of the martial artists would never have the chance to witness a starry sky genius in their lifetime. Now that 2 of them had appeared at the same time, many challengers were extremely excited. Dongfang Tianfeng leaped down from the fire phoenix and landed beside Suyu gracefully like a feather. She giggled. Feng doesn't care if Sister Han Fei bullies others, but if you want to bully him, you'll have to go through me first, okay? Han Fei looked at Suyu in surprise. Who is he to you? Is he worth your time? The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl was still haunting him, asking for the flower yard master. She was even willing to fight for him. However, what happened next made Suyu's facial muscles stiffen. Dongfang Tianfeng's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Chapter 1012. Suyu wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone present was stunned. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? The second daughter of the great Oriental family has been possessed? I hope I heard it wrong too. Swish! 2 ice-cold gazes pierced into Suyu's body, as if they were piercing through a mountain. You'd better explain yourself. Bing Wuxin's smile beautiful and cold. Many male trial-takers from unfamiliar regions also shot jealous glances at him. The veins on Suyu's forehead throbbed. Would he die if he didn't explain? Cough, cough. Everyone has misunderstood. Listen to me, Miss Dongfang actually said. Suyu explained awkwardly. What's there to explain? Dongfang Tianfeng blinked her big, expressive eyes, giving off a sense of innocence. I, Dongfang Tianfeng, dare to take responsibility for what I've done. My people have indeed been occupied by Su Yuxian. From now on, whoever makes an enemy of Su Yuxian will be my enemy. Wow. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. Most people were skeptical. The second daughter of the great Oriental family had been possessed by a wild boy of unknown origin. It was inconceivable, no matter how they thought about it. The reputation of the great Oriental family aside, with Dongfang Tianfeng's strength as a starry sky elite, there were only 2 people who could take her chastity by force. How could she have been possessed so inexplicably? It was only when Dongfang Tianfeng openly confirmed the truth that she had already committed herself to Suyu and was willing to stand by his side against a common enemy that their hopes were dashed. Impossible! Where did this wild man come from? How could he deserve Miss Tianfeng's favor? Su Yuxian. Who is he? When did Suyu rise from a nameless wild boy to a mysterious figure in the limelight? His attention was second only to the 4 great starry sky elites. Suyu sighed silently and stared at Dongfang Tianfeng. He really didn't know if this little girl did it on purpose or if she was really that innocent. At this point, Suyu couldn't explain himself, so he didn't bother to. Clang! Bing Wuxin waved her hand, and the 1,000 swords returned to their sheaths. With her here, you don't need me to protect you anymore. Bing Wuxin's expression was indifferent as usual, but her jade-like palm clenched the hilt of the sword tightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Gong Sun Wuxia, her potential love rival, had yet to be dealt with, and now another starry sky genius had appeared to compete for it. A gloomy feeling of vomiting blood welled up in his heart. Back then, she had decided to marry Suyu out of convenience. At that time, Suyu had lost all his popularity, and Gong Sun Wuxia hated him even more. In the end, not long after, Gong Sun Wuxia, as if she was possessed, uncharacteristically joined the competition. Now, a specious starry sky prodigy jumped out to fight for her affections in public. Bing Wuxin was inexplicably involved in the plot of many women fighting over a man, and she even wanted to kill Suyu with her sword. It's not what you think it is. The others could ignore it, but Bing Wuxin needed to explain. Crack! However, a layer of ice appeared around Bing Wuxin, isolating her from the outside world. It was obvious that she didn't want to listen to Su Yu's explanation. That's strange. Your fiancé seems to be angry. Dongfang Tianfeng walked over with an innocent look on her face, blinking her big eyes. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose. Looking at her harmless face, Su Yu finally understood how cunning this woman was. Fake two-faced lowly. Su Yu cursed in a low voice. Dongfang Tianfeng opened her big bright eyes and tilted her head. Puzzled, she asked, "What did you say? You want to take responsibility for me?" A hint of wine-red shyness crept up her cheeks. Her girlish demeanor was unusually delicate. Poof! Su Yu almost spouted a mouthful of blood. This woman. Hey, are you done showing off your affection? Aren't you afraid of dying a quick death? That's right, it's fine if you're affectionate, but how dare you come out and show off? I'll contribute a torch. Leave the firewood to me. I'm short of money, so I'll contribute a few thousand caddies of kerosene. Su Yu was speechless. The crowd was agitated, as if Su Yu's acquisition of Dongfang Tianfeng had triggered public outrage. Haha, if that's the case, won't the battle between us be quite exciting? Bai Ling Tian had a gentle smile on his face. The battle between the Red Blood Palace and the Heavenly Knife region had escalated to the level of two starry sky prodigies. Both women were starry sky prodigies. For years ago, Han Fei was ranked third among the 4 starry sky prodigies, and Dongfang Tianfeng was fourth. Now that 4 years had passed, the strength of both parties was unknown. Many people were looking forward to their battle. You're no match for me. If you don't want to get hurt, leave as soon as possible. Han Fei cast an indifferent glance at Dongfang Tianfeng. Dongfang Tianfeng's face was innocent and innocent. Haha, Feng'er has long wanted to compete with Sister Fei'er again. Feng'er wasn't satisfied with the battle back then. Wisps of fighting spirit were burning in Dongfang Tianfeng's eyes. Han Fei cast a glance at Su Yu and said dispassionately, Dongfang Tianfeng, do you want to compete with me for the demonic energy in him too? She did not believe that Dongfang Tianfeng would lose her chastity. Then, the only reason why Dongfang Tianfeng stopped her was to see through Su Yu's demonic energy. Others might not be aware, but how could Han Fei not know that Su Yu's demonic energy was the purest, real demon energy in the world? It came from the extraterrestrial demons. That level of devil chi was twice as pure as the purest devil chi that humans could cultivate. For the same amount of demonic energy, the real demon energy was twice as powerful as a human's demonic energy. For an expert of Han Fei's level, the demonic energy was twice as powerful, and her overall strength was increased by at least 20%. At her level, even 5% was worth risking her life for, let alone 20%. Feng'er said that he occupied my person, so of course I have to do my best to protect his safety. Dongfang Tianfeng said matter-of-factly. Han Fei stared at Dongfang Tianfeng indifferently. Fine, I'd like to see how much you've improved in the past 4 years. Dongfang Tianfeng patted the colorful pocket on her waist with a smile and turned to look at Su Yu. You said you'd be responsible for me. Don't you forget it. Only Su Yu and she knew what being responsible meant. Do you care about the book yard master that much? Su Yu asked. Yes, I need her honey of 100 flowers. Dongfang Tianfeng stated her intention. Su Yu did not believe a word of it. Although the honey of 100 flowers was precious, it was not unobtainable in the outside world. With this woman's high status, How difficult could it be to find 1 or 2 drops of something equal to the honey of 100 flowers? She must have been hiding a secret that she had not revealed. And that secret was with the flower yard master. "I'm going to have to disappoint you," Suyu said placidly. Dongfeng Tianfeng was still smiling. "That's no good. If you make Feng'er unhappy, I'll join forces with Sister Fei to deal with you." Suyu shrugged. "It doesn't matter. The so-called Starry Sky elites couldn't be stronger than Xue Di and the 5 Golden Light Guards, could they? Killing one was killing. But what difference did killing 2 make? For some unknown reason, Dongfeng Tianfeng stared into Suyu's eyes and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. That kind of feeling could only be experienced when facing the top all creation's old monsters. A sense of panic, as if her fate was being decided by someone else, rippled. "Hee, I'm just kidding. Why are you so serious?" Dongfeng Tianfeng turned around and laughed. Her body retreated slowly until she reached the edge of the battlefield. She looked at Han Fei with a smile. "Feng'er, change your mind. What Sister Fei wants to do has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want." Everyone was surprised. What was going on? Why was Dongfeng Tianfeng retreating at the last minute? Han Fei frowned, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Was she planning to take advantage of the situation? Could it be that the kid before her could cause her any trouble? However, this absurd thought only flashed past his mind. How could a mere 9th grade fairy be able to shake a Starry Sky elite like her? "Hand over the source of the demonic energy, and I won't take your things for free." Han Fei floated in the void and looked down at Suyu. "If I'm satisfied, I can give you some pointers in your training." Such arrogant words came out of Han Fei's mouth, but it seemed like a matter of course. Envious gazes were intertwined on Suyu. Even the students of the inner sanctum of the Red Blood Palace looked envious. What an honor it was to be instructed by a Starry Sky elite. "I already have a master, so you don't have to worry about giving me pointers, Miss Han." Suyu refused without hesitation. Han Fei pondered for a moment and seemed to have made up her mind. "All right, I have 9 great demon guards, but now I'm short of 1. You'll do." Upon hearing that, gasps of surprise filled the entire place. What, demon guards? They're Han Fei's trusted imperial guards, enjoying the treatment of the 10 great demon elders of the supreme heavenly demon faction. They have endless resources, and they can listen to Han Fei's personal guidance at any time. The 4 great Starry Sky elites each had their own imperial guards. It was rumored that every imperial guard was a pinnacle genius, second only to the Starry Sky elites. Among the imperial guards, there was no lack of experts from their respective regions, such as Gu Taishu, the number 1 genius expert of the blessed and heavenly lands, and by Ling Tian, the number 1 genius expert of the Heavenly Knife region. To be able to become an imperial guard of the 4 great Starry Sky elites was almost the pinnacle of one's life. Unfortunately, the conditions to become an imperial guard were extremely stringent. With the standards of the 4 great Starry Sky elites, ordinary people were beneath their notice. For an ordinary almighty like Suyu to become an imperial guard of the Starry Sky elites, it was tantamount to reaching the heavens in a single bound. Pairs of envious eyes seemed to want to pierce through Suyu 1,000,000 times over. How lucky! Tianyu was not without jealousy, but at the same time she was a little fearful. The hatred on Qian Feng's face faded away, replaced by a little reverence. Even Bai Lingtian and Gu Taishu frowned at the same time, feeling a little troubled. The imperial guards of the once-in-1,000 years demonic lady had an extraordinary status. In the entire continent, even the all-creation's old monsters might not dare to provoke them. Is being an imperial guard that great? A discordant voice broke the shock of the entire place. Looking in the direction of the voice, the jaws of all the challengers dropped. The one who had spoken was none other than Su Yuxian, who had reached the heavens in a single bound in their eyes. Han Fei was greatly surprised as well. If it had been people like Gu Taishu and Bai Lingtian who had declined, she could have understood it. Both of them had the potential to become the 4 great starry sky elites. But where did Su Yu's confidence come from? Are you sure you understand the significance of being a demon guard? Han Fei asked. Su Yu sneered. I'm sure. I'm willing to be beneath others and give up on the dream of pursuing the strong. Becoming a demon guard meant submitting to Han Fei not only in terms of status, but also in spirit. A man who lowered his head would eventually rise again. Once his heart was lowered, he would never be able to surpass it. Han Fei's eyes were filled with curiosity. She couldn't help but size Su Yu up again, a sense of novelty welling up in her heart. She had seen many people who boasted of their strength of character, but that was only in the face of temptation that wasn't enough to move them. Once there was a temptation that moved them enough, the so-called strength of character would crumble and disintegrate. There was almost no one who truly possessed a sense of pride and was unafraid of power. However, Su Yu gave Han Fei a refreshing feeling. People with self-respect would be respected even by their enemies. A rarely seen, firm, martial heart. Very good, I like it. Han Fei's indifferent face revealed a rare, sincere smile of approval. Gu Taishu, who had been with her for so many days, had never seen such a smile before. It's a pity that your strength hasn't reached my ideal level. Otherwise, the path of martial arts might be less lonely. Han Fei sighed regretfully. When she looked at Su Yu again, her gaze was much gentler. It's a pity that you died here. I won't kill you today, but the energy of the real demon is very important to me and the supreme, heavenly demon faction. If you come around one day, you can come to the supreme heavenly demon faction and exchange it for what you want. Swish. At the same time, Han Fei removed a black token from her waist. A whiff of Han Fei's scent was attached to it, and Han Fei's name was also carved on it. This is my identity token. Keep it well. When you come to the supreme heavenly demon faction in the future, you can use this to look for me. Su Yu grabbed the token and sighed inwardly. Dongfang Tianfeng, who seemed innocent and kind like a girl next door, was full of schemes. On the other hand, Han Fei, who seemed cold and heartless like a demoness, had kindness in her heart. I'll think about it. Su Yu nodded and put it away. Seeing that Su Yu was facing a great catastrophe, not only did he not infuriate Han Fei, but he was even appreciated instead. He was filled with mixed feelings. Besides, with Han Fei around, who would dare to make things difficult for Su Yu and the Red Blood Palace in public. Even the Heavenly Knife region would have to swallow their pride and let it go. If that's the case, we'll meet again. Han Fei smiled and turned to leave. However, right at that moment, a great expanse of green light appeared in the depths of the sky. The green light was spiraling and shrouded rapidly from afar. Along the way, mountains were uprooted, frightening the challengers stationed in the mountains and causing them to flee in terror. The green light gradually approached, dyeing the boundless land a gloomy green. Glancing at the people around him, everyone's faces were covered in green, like green-faced ghosts. It was indescribably creepy. What the F***CK, is this a horror film? Su Yu muttered to himself. Staring at the green light storm, Su Yu sensed the presence of a suffocating aura. The aura didn't feel like that of a human, but of a non-human living being. Han Fei, Dongfang Tianfeng, Gu Taishu, Bai Lingtian, and the others all sensed the ominous presence in the green storm one after another. Something incredible is coming. Bai Lingtian restrained his faint smile, and his emerald pupils shone slowly. The meridians on the surface of Gu Taishu's body flowed at an abnormal speed. It's an ancient, real spirit. As a body of 9 spirits, he was most sensitive to real spirits. The fire phoenix beneath Dongfang Tianfeng's feet shuddered violently. Its eyes were filled with instinctive fear, as if it had encountered a superior living being among the demonic species. No matter how Dongfeng Tianfeng comforted it, it was of no avail. Han Fei glanced at it and said dispassionately, "A remnant soul." It was at the level of a mortal fairy when it was alive. A remnant soul of an ancient real spirit at the level of a mortal fairy. Chapter 1013. Hee, the main character has arrived. Suyu chuckled. Even though he was far away, he could still sense that he had been targeted by the creature in the center of the storm. At the same time, the hidden sense of danger was exceptionally real. The danger that had locked onto him since he left the garden had finally arrived. "You came at the right time," Suyu said with a smile. The ice around Bing Wuxin, who had isolated the outside world with her ice, disappeared, and she came to Suyu's side. She furrowed her brows and said, "The trouble you have caused is enough to encircle the entire Juzhou continent." He had provoked the Heavenly Knife region first, then Han Fei, and finally a remnant soul with a powerful background had appeared. Suyu felt wronged. "How can you be so sure that it's me? Perhaps the victim mistook me for someone else?" Buzz, buzz, the great earthquake rumbled, and the wretched green world became gloomy. Amidst the whistling of the sinister wind, a horrifying voice was heard. "Is the supreme heavenly demon sect here?" When Suyu heard that, he laughed. "Like I said, a bright and beautiful young man like me, who is focused on doing good deeds, is loved by everyone. Why would I have so many enemies?" Bing Wuxin was so infuriated that she laughed. Suyu's fighting prowess in the Red Blood Palace was off the charts. The supreme heavenly demon sect? Han Fei frowned slightly. "Looking for me? You're a disciple of the supreme heavenly demon sect. Fine. Hand over Su Yuxian from your sect, and I'll spare your life," the remnant soul in the eye of the storm continued. Upon hearing this, Bing Wuxin couldn't help but smile faintly and say, "Looks like a handsome young man like you isn't lovable enough." Only a mediocre person would not be envied by others. Suyu snorted. His tone was as if he was saying that he had a low level of awareness. Bing Wuxin glanced at him and became slightly more serious. "Who did you offend? He seems to have a powerful background. If you ask me, who should I ask?" Suyu expressed his innocence and bewilderment. "Humph, you're the one who caused this trouble, and you don't even know who it is?" Bing Wuxin rolled her eyes. Suyu shrugged. "That's why I said you should ask his mother." "How would my mother know?" "Suyuxian?" Many pairs of eyes turned to look at Suyu, as if they were lightning bolts. Suyu couldn't help but mutter, "Will I die if I don't look?" A bunch of curious babies in human form. Shouldn't you say that people are afraid of fame, while pigs are afraid of getting fat? Bing Wuxin gloated. Suyu glared at her. She could still laugh at such a time. "Do we still want to be friends?" "It's you?" The green tempest gradually disappeared. Suddenly, the ground shook violently with a dong sound. A cyan bronze bull, as tall as a human, took a step forward. Its huge hooves stomped on the ground, causing the earth to shake. "It's me. Why? Did you come from the underworld to look for your relatives?" Suyu snorted. The bronze bull exuded an unparalleled majesty. "I am the Heavenly Works Divine Bull, not an evil ghost of the Yellow Springs." "Do I look like a stupid cow to you?" "I am the Heavenly Works Divine Ox, Fei." The bronze ox repeated, "I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. If you have any peerless divine skills that you want to pass on to your descendants, even if you die with regrets, I can do good deeds and help you pass it down. I am the Heavenly Works Divine Bull." The green copper bull was a little unhappy. "Or perhaps you have some treasures that you have forgotten to pass on to your descendants. You can tell me first. In keeping with the noble tradition, I will never take the treasures for myself." The green copper bull's entire body flickered with green light as it roared. "Damn it! Can you let me finish what I want to say?" Hearing that the bronze bull was so angry that he cursed, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Damn it! Suyu's eloquence must be at the fairy level. A remnant soul of a mortal fairy was so angry that it cursed. Fine, just spit it out. Suyu was reasonable and waved his hand. Puff! The bronze bull panted heavily through its nostrils and stared at Suyu fiercely. Obviously, it was very angry. You brat, you're so rude. Considering my status, your master has to address me as a senior when he sees me. The bronze bull said angrily. Suyu nodded. Are you looking for me, or are you looking for my teacher? You. Fine, I don't want to waste my breath on this little kid. You killed the trainees of the Heavens Craftsman faction. As the guardian of the Heavens Craftsman faction, you have to pay the price for your behavior. The green bronze bull snorted. Suyu was surprised. So, it's the bunch of idiots from the Heavens Craftsman faction. Not only did he fail, he even had the cheek to seek revenge on the guardian? You beat the young one, and the old one runs away. The bronze bull was stunned for a moment. Speak clearly. What do you mean by being beaten up? Don't you dare slander the Heavens Craftsman faction. Is there a need to slander me? You simply told the story of his encounter with the Heavens Craftsman faction. He rescued their eldest senior brother from Dongfang Tianfeng, but Yu Liang intended to bite the hand that fed him. Later, the eldest senior brother played along and set up a trap to lure Suyu out of the flower yard master. Dongfang Tianfeng chimed in. Yes, the brothers of the Heavens Craftsman faction are not good people. When they saw me alone, they tried to trick me into blowing their flute with a lollipop. Yes, but I don't know anything about music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. When I wanted to leave, they stopped me and I beat them to death. They are definitely a group of bad guys. How dare they force me to blow my flute? How strange! Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The people of the Heavens Craftsman faction did not recognize Dongfang Tianfeng and asked her to blow their flute. What an elegant act of art! TSK, it's no wonder. There are more men than women in the Heavens Craftsman faction, and the ratio of men to women is as high as 100 to 1. The group of students who have been immersed in mechanisms and puppets all year round have become dead otakus. When they finally came down the mountain and met a beautiful woman, they were overcome with lust and passion. It's completely reasonable that they turned into beasts. Yes, I've long heard that the students of the Heavens Craftsman faction are thirsty, but I didn't expect it to be all fake. How is this thirsty? It's clearly a walking, self-propelled gun. They hit flying objects whenever they see them. If it was only Suyu's words, the bronze bull would never have believed the rumors. What a joke! How could the 10,000-year reputation of the Heavens Craftsman faction be tarnished by you alone? However, with Dongfang Tianfeng around, there was a lot of discussion going on. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. The bronze bull, who prided itself on its dignity, was a little dumbfounded. It had only heard the challengers of the faction cursing Suyu for being shameless and setting them up. Who would have thought that they were the ones who were unjust in the first place? If it made things difficult for Suyu, it would only tarnish the reputation of the Heavens Craftsman faction and hurt the relationship between them and the supreme Heavenly Demon faction. This was going to be difficult to handle. Hey, cow-headed man, after all that talk, who the hell are you? What's your relationship with the bunch of scumbags in the Heavens Craftsman faction who commit all kinds of crimes, snitch experts, and complain first? Don't tell me you're in cahoots with them. You looked at him disdainfully. The bronze bull was taken aback. Me, I'm the Heavens Craftsman. Ahem, I'm actually just a bystander. So, you have nothing to do with the Heavens Craftsman faction? Suyu asked with a frown. The cyan bronze bull said righteously, of course. How glorious is this noble one? How can I be associated with such vile people? I don't know them at all. Suyu snorted. Then why the hell did you come here to flaunt your prowess? Haha, I'm just here to lighten the mood by watching the young talents fight each other, the bronze bull said with a chuckle, looking at the wretched green all around him, which looked like a scene from a horror film. Suyu said angrily. Lighten my A*S. Hurry up and turn off the lighting effects. You've scared the ghosts away. The bronze bull was speechless. Chapter 10:14. Oh, okay. The cyan bronze bull's body flickered with cyan light, and the cyan light in the surroundings dissipated. The green copper bull retreated awkwardly. Since there's nothing else for me to do, I'll take my leave. I won't disturb you heroes from exchanging life experiences. Wait, all of a sudden, Han Fei called out to him. Wisps of chilliness shot out from her cold eyes. The green copper bull looked at Han Fei from afar. There was a hint of hidden fear in its eyes. What is it? Han Fei pointed at Suyu. You mean Su Yuxian of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction? The cyan copper bull was taken aback. Yes, his love for me. Oh, tell the bunch of scumbags who commit all sorts of crimes, snitches, and the ones who complain first, that they're disciples of the Supreme Heavenly Demon sect. Han Fei squinted her eyes and looked at Suyu with a faint smile. You're using the name of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction. Su Yuxian, I need an explanation from you. The disciples of the Red Blood Palace impersonating the disciples of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction to fight with the disciples of the other factions was a big deal. If he said it was a small matter, if he did not pursue the matter, the big matter would be reduced to a small matter, and the matter would be resolved into nothingness. Speaking of which, if the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction were to send envoys to question them, the Red Blood Palace wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Su Yu, the main culprit, naturally wouldn't be able to escape responsibility either. A round of punishment was inevitable. As for Mo Tianxian, she was like a wolf and a tiger, waiting to get hold of Su Yu's weakness. Just thinking about it made Su Yu unhappy. Wait a minute. When did I tell those idiots that I'm a disciple of the Supreme Heavenly Demon sect? They just thought they were clever. When they saw me perform a set of demonic techniques, they knelt down and worshipped me as the elite students of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction, borrowing the Heavenly Demon faction's name all the way. I never admitted it myself. Su, you would never admit it. However, Han Fei still had something on Suyu and refused to let go. Although you didn't admit it, you didn't deny it either. This isn't something you can escape from just by playing with words. Indeed, Suyu was suspected of deliberately leading the way. The Supreme Heavenly Demon faction had reason to seek out the Red Blood Palace. Then what do you want? Tell me. Suyu said, if it's about the secret source of the demonic energy, then forget it. I believe the faction would rather be blamed by you than let you get the demonic energy easily. A hint of regret appeared on Han Fei's forehead. She thought to herself, this person is really not easy to fool. I thought I could get the secret by intimidating him. I'm not interested in reporting a little expert for the time being. However, if I can get a favor from you, it should not be a problem, right? Han Fei asked. Suyu raised his brows. What do you want me to do for you? Han Fei smiled sweetly. I haven't decided yet, but it must be within your ability. After giving it some thought, Suyu asked, do I have a choice? Haha, I'm satisfied. Han Fei smiled and landed in front of the martial tower. She did not return to the mountain. I'm leaving as well. Everyone farewell. The cyan bronze bull flew away in a flash of green light. Hundreds of miles away, the bronze bull muttered to itself, F***CK. Are the challengers this time going to defy the natural order? Forget about the body of 9 spirits. There's also the inheritor of the emerald eyes and flowery pupils. Forget about that. What's up with that black-bellied little girl? Why does she carry the personal artifacts of the 2 old monsters of the great Oriental family with her? Damn it, that's a top-grade fairy artifact. Just a casual move, and I'm going to follow her. And that little beauty in the black dress. What's up with the pure young demonic energy in her body? Is that old thing of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction muddle-headed? How could he instill such a dangerous, time bomb-like thing into this little girl's body? It's fine if it's them, But what the F***ck is going on with that guy called Su Yuxian? He's the most F***king, terrifying guy. What's up with the several divine auras on him? Is he trying to F***king kill me? Fortunately, I'm quick-witted and played dumb. Damn it, I almost fell into the monster pit for the sake of those idiots. And they're all F***king monsters. I'm scared to death. No, I'm going to take a stroll to calm down, the bronze bull said, trembling. In the martial tower, Suyu muttered to himself. He'd thought he'd been targeted by an unusually powerful creature and was in grave danger, but it had passed just like that. It was beyond his expectations. Composing himself, Suyu looked back at the heavenly knife region and narrowed his eyes. Now that the situation had developed to this point, he believed there was no need to continue fighting. Even if Han Fei and Dongfeng Tianfeng didn't lend a hand to the Red Blood Palace, they wouldn't sit idly by and watch Suyu get injured or killed. It could be said that the Red Blood Palace was already in an invincible position. Haha, the martial tower is about to open, and there's no need for us to continue fighting. Why don't we rest here and wait for the martial tower to open before entering to train? Bai Lingtian smiled, but he was talking to Suyu instead of Bing Wuxin, who seemed to be the leader. Bing Wuxin and the people of the Red Blood Palace nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. At least they'd escaped the calamity. Why can you fight whenever you want and stop whenever you don't? However, someone wasn't willing to give up. Bai Lingtian was still smiling. What do you mean, Brother Su? What do I mean? Of course, I mean to fight until both of us are unwilling to fight anymore. If it's beneficial to the Heavenly Knife region, you keep fighting, and if it's disadvantageous, you call a truce. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Suyu sneered. Upon hearing that, the faces of the people of the Red Blood Palace changed. You can die if you want to, but why drag us down with you? The group of students smiled bitterly. Qianfeng was annoyed. Su, you've caused more than half of the Heavenly Knife region to die. We didn't hold it against you, but you won't let it go. Suyu said, that's because you're stupid. What does it have to do with me? Whether we call a truce or not depends on the Red Blood Palace. Don't push your luck. Qianfeng was infuriated. Suyu snorted. So what if I push my luck? I'm already feeling sorry for you that I haven't pushed my luck. If you're unhappy, come out and let's fight one-on-one. Fight the 9th grade Almighty Qianfeng alone? This sentence was a little shocking. Qianfeng's strength wasn't the strongest under the starry sky, but apart from Gu Taishu and Bai Lingtian, there weren't many who could fight him to a draw, let alone defeat him. Could this Su Yuxian have such powerful strength? Qianfeng was furious. Fine, I'll fight you. However, as he stepped forward, he was blocked by a force. Eldest senior brother, why won't you let me fight? Qianfeng asked. Bai Lingtian stared at Su Yuxian and said placidly, now is not the time to fight. Don't fall into his trap. Su Yu's strength was Bai Lingtian's biggest concern. He was a dark horse, a complete dark horse. Before he defeated Tangling with a single move, no one paid much attention to him. Therefore, there was no information about him. Where his bottom line was completely unpredictable. Qianfeng and Suyu fought, and it was hard to tell who would win. The martial tower was about to open. The Red Blood Palace had lost Su Yuxian and more than 40 students, so their advantage in numbers was unshakable. However, the Heavenly Knife region had lost a vanguard, and there were only 3 people left. The Red Blood Palace could fight, but the Heavenly Knife region couldn't. Understanding the crux of the matter, Qianfeng clenched his fists in anger. We were careless and fell into Su Yuxian's trap. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Bai Lingtian comforted him. Don't worry, we have another team that's gathering. They're not in this region for the time being. The Heavenly Knife region was huge, and it was backed by the Central Prefecture. How could they only have so few geniuses? Theoretically, they should have far more geniuses than the blessed and heavenly lands could produce. Looking at Su Yu, Bai Lingtian smiled. Then, what do you want in exchange for a truce? Su Yu held up 2 fingers without hesitation. It's simple, 2 requests. First, give me a copy of the contents of Mo Jidao's Book of Yin. Second, Tianyu. Chapter 10:15. Bai Lingtian muttered. Mo Jidao's Book of Yin is broad and profound. If Brother Su is willing to comprehend it together, I'm more than happy to do so. I can give you a copy of the contents. However, Brother Su is making things difficult for me with the second condition. Tianyu belongs to the Heavenly Knife region. Handing her over to you would damage the reputation of the Heavenly Knife region. I can't make the decision on this matter. Su Yu sneered coldly. Why would I want her? The Red Blood Palace never recycles the trash of a defeated opponent. So if you are willing to treat it as a treasure, we are happy to see it happen. Tianyu was embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Su Yu fiercely. Oh, then what do you want from Tianyu? Bai Lingtian asked. Su Yu stared at Tianyu and said slowly, I just want to ask her a question, and I hope she will answer it truthfully. Problem? Bai Lingtian pondered for a moment. Then he nodded slightly. Tianyu, if you can answer me, just answer me. Tianyu was extremely displeased. Ask away. The question is Tian Renyao all right? Disappointment and frustration appeared in Su Yu's eyes. He was also one of the Demon Mountain's 5 great demons, but he was the only one whose whereabouts were unknown. Tianyu was stunned and hesitated for a while. We're not familiar with each other. Su Yu nodded. Yes, I'm done. Bai Lingtian looked at Tianyu with slight confusion and said, We can rest now and wait for the opening of the Martial Tower. Bai Lingtian raised his hand and tossed a jade pendant with the Book of Yin imprinted on it over. I want to check it against the original book. Su Yu shook his sleeves and blocked the jade pendant. Bai Lingtian grabbed the jade pendant and smiled. He crushed the jade pendant and made a new copy. Obviously, the one just now wasn't complete. It was only after Su Yu confirmed that the new jade pendant was exactly the same as the one in the original book, that he gave up and leaned against a tower with the Red Blood Palace's people. Hey, why did you ask Tianyu about transvestites? Bing Wuxin asked curiously. Su Yu leaned against the wall of the Martial Tower. It was just some speculation, but now it's confirmed. What is it? Bing Wuxin stared fixedly at Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu replied earnestly, I won't tell you. Die. A fist hammered Su Yu's arm. Crack. Damn woman, you're too heavy-handed. You've broken his bones. CKU. The Martial Pagoda is opening. The strange noise attracted the trial takers from all directions, and they surged out from the campsites on the mountains. With a rough count, there were at least 10,000 people. Half of the trial takers were gathered here. In other words, there were no less than 20,000 trial takers. Geniuses are as common as dogs. Su Yu sighed. Who are you calling a dog? Bing Wuxin glared at him in displeasure. Woof! A dog barked just in time. Looking back, he saw a black dog squatting at the entrance of the Martial Tower. Whose leash is broken? Su Yu looked around. Hee. Who dares to put a chain on your uncle dog? Unexpectedly, a sarcastic sound came out of the dog's mouth. Tisk speaking human language? This isn't something new. What's new is that a dog that has lost its owner doesn't have a kind-hearted person to bring it home when it's lost. I'm not talented, but I do a good deed every day, and I hope to bring warmth to the world, Su Yu said. As he reached out to grab the black dog, he suddenly thought of a delicacy in the world. 3 rolls of dog meat, even the immortals could not stand steadily. The black dog bared its teeth. War my ass. You're thinking of dog meat, aren't you? Am I right? Su Yu's face was solemn. You've misunderstood. I'm actually a vegetarian. Get lost. The black dog snarled and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Su Yuxian, who are you talking to? Bing Wuxin squeezed her way through the crowd. Suyu shrugged. A lost puppy. I'm guiding it to find the path of light. A black dog. Bing Wuxin was confused. Shaking her head, she said, the martial tower is about to open. Don't get distracted. Later, we'll take advantage of the crowd and try our best to climb up. Su, you didn't know much about the martial tower. How do we occupy it? Bing Wuxin sighed helplessly. I forgot that you've just arrived and aren't familiar with the environment of the martial tower. They had arrived first and more or less learned some details about the martial tower from the trial takers of other domains. There are 3 incredible places in the martial tower. First, there are 100 stories in total, and each story has a story master. The story master is extremely powerful. Defeating the story master will earn corresponding points, which can be used to draw rewards from the crystals left behind after the story master's death. Second, after entering, it will be single-person mode. Third, time slows down in the tower. For the first 30 stories, time is 30% slower than the outside world. For the middle 30 stories, time is 60% slower than the outside world. For the last 30 stories, time is 100% slower than the outside world. For the last 10 stories, each story is twice as slow as the previous one. Therefore, our body techniques are severely restricted, and our strength is reduced sharply in the tower. Su Yu clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard that. The first 2 sounded novel, but the last one was shocking. Inside the martial tower, there was the power of time. This was the first time he had encountered a treasure with the power of time apart from himself. All right, tell me more about it. Bing Wuxin sighed. Although she was impatient, she explained patiently. When you defeat the story master will drop crystals. The crystals are treasures designed by the mortal fairies in the past. They are similar to space rings and contain many treasures. The value of the treasures in the crystals on each story is proportional to the number of stories. The higher the level, the higher the grade of the treasures in the crystals. Defeating a story will earn you points for the corresponding story, and the points for the corresponding story can be used to open the crystals of the corresponding story. In that case, we should accumulate points to open the crystals of the 100th story? Suyu asked. Bing Wuxin rolled her eyes at him. Dream on. Throughout the ages, the number of challengers who have passed the 100th story can be counted on one hand. All of them eventually became strong men like the Jojo King. 4 starry sky elites like Han Fei. The 90th story is the limit. Therefore, obtaining the crystals of the 100th story was unrealistic. However, you're right about one thing. We need to accumulate points. The crystals of the lower story masters are of little use to us, so we don't have to waste points. We need to accumulate all the points, and when the martial tower is about to close, we'll gather again. Everyone will take out the high-grade crystals that you've obtained and open them together. That way, we can make the most of our points. For example, if someone had only made it to the 10th story and had a total of 55 points, he could open the crystals of the 55th story once according to his points. But if someone couldn't make it to the 55th story, what should they do? At that time, if a strong man from the same faction made it to the 70th story, the crystals of the 55th story would be extra, and they could be given to him. It would be the best of both worlds. I see. May I know how long the martial tower is open for? Suyu asked. Bing Wuxin said, according to the past records, it's only open for 10 days at a time. If all the levels are cleared within 10 days, can I challenge them again? Suyu suddenly thought of something. Bing Wuxin was dumbfounded by the question. You can think of something like that. But theoretically, it should be possible. But in terms of time, the consumption of the challengers, and so on, you don't have to think too much about it. Not even the previous prefecture kings have done it. Chapter 1016. When the 10 days are over, all the challengers will be transported to the first level. When the time comes, we will gather again. You must make full use of the crystals in your hands to increase the overall benefits of the sect. Bing Wuxin reiterated. One last question. Su Yu rubbed his chin. How big is the difference in the abilities of each story master? The slowing of time was a condition that became more and more difficult the higher one went in the martial tower. The strength of the floor master was also a possibility. Good question, Bing Wuxin praised. Su Yu pretended to listen attentively. The inner sanctum disciples also pricked up their ears. But I don't know. Oh. After a pause, Bing Wuxin snorted in defiance. After all, it's fragments of information obtained from the conversations between the forces of the outer domains. It's rare and precious that you can understand so much about the martial tower. What's there to despise? If you're not good at communicating with others, just say so. It's such a simple matter. Why are you making it sound so difficult? Bing Wuxin sneered. Do you think it's as easy as you think? The extraterrestrial forces are extremely guarded against our blessed and heavenly lands. Let's not talk about those who are far away. The Heavenly Knife region, the Heavens Craftsman region, and the Central Prefecture region are guarding against us as if we were thieves. Even the Purple Cloud Palace, which is in the same prefecture, can't work together with us. Their understanding of the martial tower far surpasses ours. But have they ever revealed anything to us? I heard all this in secret. If it was done in the open, no one would tell us anything. Su Yu shook his head in disbelief. Is that so? Let me try. You? There's not enough time, and it won't be easy for you to eavesdrop on anyone. Bing Wuxin didn't believe that Su Yu could eavesdrop on more information about the martial tower. Any sane force wouldn't offer exclusive information to the enemy at such a critical juncture, right? Who said anything about secretly asking around? Su Yu smiled and flew to the top of the martial tower. When most people's gazes were focused on the entrance of the first level, Su Yu's actions were extremely conspicuous. Brother Su, I'm Su Yuxian, a student of the Red Blood Palace of the blessed and heavenly lands of the Central Prefecture. I'm here to ask for the details of the martial tower. If you know anything, please let me know, Su Yu said grandly. The audience was stunned for a moment. Then many pairs of eyes looked at Su Yu as if they were looking at an idiot. Lunatic. That's why I told you. What a joke. Who's stuffed? Let me tell you. Bing Wuxin and the inner sanctum disciples were flushed with embarrassment. F***CK. This level of embarrassment. All of them were itching to kill Su Yu with their swords so that they could cut off all ties with him. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Here is Miss Dongfang's silk handkerchief. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I will give it to you. Su Yu took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket. His disdainful gaze was like the sun and moon had been turned upside down. In an instant, a world-shaking change occurred. Passion, playfulness, and interest appeared in everyone's eyes. Dongfang Tianfeng was the only one who touched the silk handkerchief in her arms blankly, stunned on the spot. When did I give you a silk scarf? Our young Miss Dongfang was naturally unwilling to be used by others. Su Yu looked at her with a smile. Miss Dongfang, have you forgotten? The silk handkerchief that you left behind when you were wiping your sweat from the pleasure of sex yesterday? Dongfang Tianfeng was taken aback. Wait a minute, what did he mean by having sex? Just as she was about to defend herself, she discovered that the challengers near the martial tower had a matter-of-fact expression on their faces. You've admitted it twice. So what's so strange about giving me a scarf? In particular, it was highly likely to be an original silk handkerchief that Miss Dongfang had used to wipe her body. Many perverts who were lovers of hardcore tastes were thoroughly defeated. Haha, the details of the martial tower are no secret. Brother Su, please listen to me. A 7th grade almighty man with a face full of pimples who looked like a beggar said with a chuckle, Toad script. If we're talking about being knowledgeable, you're not even fit to carry my shoes. Let me teach and pass on this magnificent feat of illuminating the world. A bunch of shameless people. How can filthy people like you get involved in such a bright and great undertaking? Brother Sue, that original silk handkerchief. Cough. Oh, I mean that silk thing. I can vaguely sense the call of the great way of heaven and earth. Perhaps I can pry into the profound meaning of heaven and earth from this silk thing and achieve the supreme greatness of the martial path. I hope Brother Sue can grant me a tenacious, indomitable heart of the martial path. Their shamelessness was constantly being refreshed, stimulating the senses of the crowd. Sue, you easily obtained a large amount of information about the martial tower, which was more detailed than most of the individual influences. In the end, the silk handkerchief was taken by a young man who had a strong sense of justice in the world. The heavenly lost silk handkerchief, which had caused an uproar, was taken. Where did you get that silk handkerchief? Why does it look so familiar? Bing Wuxin stared at it. Sue, you shrugged. Of course it looks familiar to you. Isn't that what I use to wipe my feet? Anyway, I've pretty much understood the details of the martial tower. It's roughly the same as what you know, but there are a few important pieces of information that you don't know. Sue, you didn't hide anything. First, the level masters of every story are the same. Upon hearing that, Bing Wuxin was greatly surprised. How is that possible? If the level masters are the same, what's the difference between the first 30 stories? The same level masters, the same time distortion, and the same difficulty level. There's no difference between a challenger passing one story and passing all 30. Instead, it's easier and more convenient to set it as a single story. This is the second important piece of information. The time limit is the same level of 30 stories. The higher you go, the stricter the time limit to defeat the level masters. For example, the first level master can be defeated within 2 hours, but the second level requires 3/4 of an hour, the third an hour, and so on. At the 30th story, it's likely that you'll need to kill them within seconds. This is where the difficulty of the martial tower lies. Bing Wuxin's expression turned grave. If that's the case, we're being too optimistic. The 30th story is a watershed. Sue, you nodded. Yes, and there's one more thing that we need to be vigilant about. The martial tower can't defend against the disaster of books and martial arts. While we're challenging the levels, we're likely to have to endure disasters. The eyebrows of the inner sanctum disciples were twisted into knots. Holy sh*t. This was 100 times more difficult than they'd imagined. If they'd expected to get 60 points for passing, they'd now get 16 points. That's the detailed information. Suyu stood up and said, "The situation is very grim. So let's run, senior brothers and sisters." After this incident, Suyu's image in the eyes of the inner sanctum disciples improved tremendously. They all looked at him in a new light. Making friends with 2 starry sky elites in a day. TSK, Junior Brother Sue is so popular. I can only envy and jealousy. I think Junior Brother Sue has carried forward the supreme central demon's spirit this time by forcing himself on the second daughter of the great Oriental family. Such a magnificent feat is worthy of the supreme central demon's name. He should be a role model for all the disciples of the Red Blood Palace. Also, his strategy of casting a wide net to catch more fish is also a role model that we should learn from and follow. He has Bing Wuxin on the inside and Dongfang Tianfeng on the outside. He cultivates both internally and externally, enjoying the bliss of having 2 partners. Such an effective strategy deserves to be promoted and carried forward. I agree. Agree my ass. The group of female disciples were flushed with anger. Junior Brother has so many good points. How heroic, dignified, and upright he is. How can you sum him up to such an unbearable level? Tell me, are you spies sent by the enemy? Chapter 10:17. Bing Wuxin looked on coldly from the sidelines. She didn't have to observe carefully to observe the mentality of the inner sanctum disciples. From being self-abased to being optimistic, the change was extraordinary. Haha, I really thought you were going to be cruel and unscrupulous to the Red Blood Palace. But it turns out that this is your intention. You're playing to the gallery and boosting the confidence of your fellow disciples. It's a pity that this bunch of idiots probably won't be able to appreciate it. Suyu flicked his fingertips, using cruel and unscrupulous to describe your bright and great junior brother. Even if you're my senior sister, I still think it's rude. Bing Wuxin was amused, staring at Suyu with great interest. Creak. After the commotion, just now, the doors of the Marshall Tower opened completely. 7 or 8 doors that could only be passed by one person opened at the same time. Swish. Several streams of turbulent demonic energy separated the crowd and barged in domineeringly. The supreme heavenly demon faction is here. Get out of the way. 7 or 8 students of the supreme heavenly demon faction, including Han Fei, stepped in first. On the other hand, the students of the other factions weren't in a hurry to break in. They had 10 days, and a short, well, didn't matter. There was no need to fight. Moreover, once they entered, they could only move forward and couldn't retreat. Without complete preparation, it was best not to enter rashly. Let's wait for a while, too. It's not a bad idea to let the people of the supreme heavenly demon faction test the waters first. The specific strength of the story master is still unknown, Bing Wuxin suggested. Her character had always been one to press forward with an indomitable will. No matter the difficulties and obstacles, she would break them with a single strike of her sword. She was swift and decisive in her actions, and was rarely so indecisive. However, as the leader, she couldn't represent herself. She had to consider the whole team. How to make the team the safest was Bing Wuxin's priority. Don't wait. However, Suyu immediately suggested the opposite. Without waiting for Bing Wuxin's inquiry, Suyu took the lead and dashed towards one of the doors. Follow him. Bing Wuxin didn't hesitate at all. The moment Suyu dashed towards the door, she gave the order. In an instant, the group of more than 40 people from the Red Blood Palace rushed towards the Marshall Tower. The quick-witted challengers in all directions immediately sensed an unusual scent. They had been orderly all this while, but now they had gathered together one after another. However, Han Fei, who was already halfway into the Marshall Tower, looked back with a sneer. Rumble. The 8 doors rumbled at the same time. The disciples of the supreme heavenly demon sect who had entered first each pinched a talisman that contained the power of all creations. The talisman did not attack. Instead, it served as a support. However, it was precisely this effect that made people want to vomit blood. The power of all creations gently adhered to the door, forming an invisible wall that was like a transparent membrane, fusing with the Marshall Tower. The special characteristic of the Marshall Pagoda was that it was invulnerable. No external force could blast it open in the slightest. The function of the talisman was to use the formation to condense the power of all creations into a thin film and integrate it into the Marshall Tower, forming a part of the Marshall Tower. In this way, whenever an attack landed on the membrane, the Marshall Pagoda would automatically recognize it and default to attacking the Marshall Pagoda. The Marshall Tower would strengthen the thin film on its own and raise it to the level of the other parts. The true strength of the Marshall Pagoda was something that even the mortal fairies would have to look at and sigh at. In this way, only the disciples of the supreme heavenly demon sect occupied the Marshall Tower, and all other challengers were excluded. Such a domineering and unreasonable way of doing things in such a way that left no room for negotiation was really in line with the demonic path's temperament. It was also the supreme heavenly demon sect's usual style of doing things. The supreme heavenly demon faction. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The challengers who had attacked the door several times without success were enraged. No one had expected that this batch of disciples of the supreme heavenly demon faction would carry out such a bizarre and domineering move. The wails of the weak. Han Fei snorted in disdain. She turned around and was about to enter the Marshall Tower to begin her training through the levels of the Marshall Tower. However, she suddenly heard a voice that caused her body to tremble. Places for sale, places for the Marshall Tower. Fresh places for the Marshall Tower. Take a look, authentic places for the Marshall Tower. Top-grade legendary cultivation techniques, semi-manufactured fairy artifacts, top-notch talismans, 6th grade incredible elixirs. As long as you have them, you can trade for them. Su Yu barged in almost immediately after the disciple of the supreme, heavenly demon faction. The moment he took out the talisman, Su Yu made his move. The silk in his sleeves cut the talisman into two, just as it was about to explode. In this way, although the talisman still exploded because the explosion was incomplete, there was a slight gap. A gap the width of a person was left on the thin film, allowing only one person to pass through. However, the thin film kept wriggling, trying in vain to repair the gap. However, there was a strand of silk at the gap of the thin film. Once the gap was closed, the silk would cut it, maintaining the gap at the size of a person. With Su Yu's help, the inner sanctum students of the Red Blood Palace entered one after another. They stood behind Su Yu, confused, excited, and relieved. At this moment, their gratitude and longing for Su Yu soared straight to the heaven, until Su Yu shouted out his peddling voice. Su, what do you mean by this? An 8th grade almighty followed, closely behind the Red Blood Palace, wanting to barge in. In the end, Su Yu retracted the silk, and the opening of the thin film shrunk to the width of half a person. The man hit the thin film head-on and was sent tumbling backward, landing on the ground in a difficult maneuver. When the thin film was closed until only a thin gap was left, Su Yu operated the silk unhurriedly, maintaining the opening, and began to pester leisurely. Selling the places for the Marshall Tower? Everyone realized Su Yu's intention. He was taking advantage of the situation, selling the places to enter the Marshall Tower while the people were unprepared. Tens of thousands of people were in a state of confusion, as if they had been struck by lightning. The students of the supreme, heavenly demon faction were even more dumbfounded. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Su Yu Xian, don't you have any shame? How can you use the talismans of the supreme, heavenly demon faction for profit? Su Yu said indifferently, you can do it too. Who's stopping you? We want to, but you want us to be able to. This talisman was personally refined by the 10 great demon elders. How can we cut open the thin film alone? You, quickly hand over the treasure that was cut open. We are strictly against all forms of monopolization and possession, and all retrogressive actions that are detrimental to the unification of Jiuzhou as a whole. We express our stern condemnation of this. Su Yu was stunned. What was with this familiar line? Coming back to his senses, Su Yu waved his hand. All right, come and get it. The students of the supreme, heavenly demon faction were dumbfounded. You want us to be able to get out? Once the thin film was opened, they couldn't break it at all. After all, there was the defense of the Marshall Tower. See, based on the principle of mutual benefit, I launched a sincere cooperation deal with your faction, but your faction doesn't even have the sincerity to pay a visit to negotiate. I'm really powerless. When he finished, Su Yu stood at the entrance of the thin film with a solemn and dignified face, scanning the 20,000 challengers outside. Fat sheep. Oh, young people, show your sincerity, show your passion, and fight for the Marshall Tower. Just a book of top-grade legendary cultivation technique. Just a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. And you can join the big family of the Marshall Tower. With a book of cultivation technique, you can't buy the deed to the central circle of the faction. You can't buy your beloved goddess. But you can buy a tomorrow in the Marshall Tower, a future with infinite possibilities. Fat sheep, what are you waiting for? In the end, someone didn't even bother to cover up. The whole place reverberated with the heroic and impassioned peddling, shocking everyone's soul. Damn it! Shameless! What the F***CK? This is F** King Shameless to the point of insanity. A book of top-grade legendary cultivation technique. This is like selling one's kidney. For a moment, the crowd was stirred up, denouncing the unforgivable person. Chapter 1018. Are you out of your mind? Bing Wuxin was dumbfounded. In her mind, Suyu was a calm and shrewd man. Now he was behaving in an absurd manner, a far cry from the Suyu she knew. She even suspected that Suyu might have been possessed by some mysterious outlander. Suyu chuckled. If I wasn't crazy, how could I do anything? Sure enough, he was plotting something. What are you planning? Can't you see? I'm trying to win over the challengers from the Outlands and make them the allies of the Red Blood Palace. Suyu said matter-of-factly. You should have seen that the Red Blood Palace is an overlord in the blessed and heavenly lands, but in the glittering jewel wonderland, it's a bottom feeder. Bing Wuxin didn't deny that. The Heavenly Knife region had suppressed almost the entire main force of the Red Blood Palace with only a few people. If the influences of the other regions were unscathed, they would be several times stronger than the Heavenly Knife region. According to Mo Tianxian, after every disaster, there will be a surge of opportunities. Do you remember how to carry the opportunities and increase the chances of obtaining them? Suyu asked. Bing Wuxin nodded deeply. Of course I remember. Killing. Killing could increase the chances of obtaining opportunities. If the challengers were killed before the disaster, the chances of obtaining opportunities would be higher. Now that the disaster of flowers is over and the disaster of books breaks out, we will probably hide in the Marshall Tower, so there's no need to worry. However, 10 days from now, when the Marshall Tower closes, it will be the third disaster, the Marshall disaster. Can you imagine what will happen if more than half of the challengers of the entire Dangerlands gather here? Who doesn't know that? Bing Wuxin looked at the Marshall Tower. When the Marshall Tower closes, the Marshall disaster will come. Whether it's to avoid the disaster or to obtain opportunities, blood will flow like a river, and wars will break out everywhere. The Red Blood Palace is in the Marshall Tower, and I'm afraid we can't stay out of it. Bing Wuxin said, but what does that have to do with what you're doing? Roping us in? Instead, what I saw was a lot of hatred. The Marshall Tower is extremely valuable, and it might be worth a top-grade legendary cultivation technique or a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. But you'll also get hatred, and you'll suffer terrible revenge afterward, which is very different from your original intention. If Suyu simply closed the thin film, the rest of the challengers would give up and find another safe place to hide before the disaster of books and martial arts arrived. They were the ones who were incompetent and didn't manage to seize the first opportunity, which led to them being tricked by the supreme heavenly demon sect. They couldn't blame others. However, Suyu had left behind a crack that gave them hope. If he asked for a sky-high price now, he wouldn't be able to get any allies at all. He would only make more enemies. Those who are willing to exchange legendary cultivation techniques and semi-manufactured fairy artifacts are all fools. Such people are useless teammates, and I wouldn't want them even if they were given to me. Suyu laughed coldly. Only smart people know what I want. The clamor continued as tens of thousands of trial takers craned their necks and cursed. However, there were also some who were abnormally calm. This Su Yuxian is interesting. Bai Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. He stepped forward, and the crowd around him parted automatically. The crowd quietened down when an expert stepped forward. I can't help but sigh. The Red Blood Palace is really lucky to have a student like you. Bai Lingtian walked up to Suyu. Suyu shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. After all, Mo Tianxian was a woman who kept pestering him, and she wouldn't admit it even if she was beaten to death. We're both from the Central Prefecture. On behalf of the Heavenly Knife region, I'll give you the answer you want. Bai Lingtian took out an ancient scroll of the Heart's Oath and wrote the oath in blood. The challengers of the Heavenly Knife region hereby swear that before the martial disaster, they will never lay a hand on the subordinates of the Red Blood Palace. Otherwise, they will be plagued by inner demons. Bai Lingtian's identity and status were sufficient to represent the Heavenly Knife region. Under his call, the others also left their blood essence. Brother Su, are you satisfied? Bai Lingtian handed over the scroll of the Heart's Oath. The noisy crowd gradually quietened down as they finally understood Su Yu's true intentions. The clamoring for a deal was actually just to filter out those brainless idiots. Many people were secretly embarrassed. Those who had been cursing and swearing just now were like muted cannons, not saying a word. The louder they shouted, the more stupid they were. Su Yu did not take it. Instead, he sneered and said, I am satisfied in general. However, there are 3 parts that need to be modified. Bai Lingtian's eyes gleamed. Go ahead, Brother Su. First, modify attacking to all hostile actions. Su Yu's finger pointed at the modified part. What if they didn't attack, but used their swords, knives, or divine techniques? Word games had to be guarded against. Second, the time limit covers the entire period of the glittering jewel wonderland. If they didn't strike before the martial disaster, they could strike after it. Third, based on my observation, the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region shouldn't be limited to the ones in front of us and the casualties. There's another batch of you who haven't arrived yet, right? They didn't leave their blood essence. So the scroll of the Heart's Oath can't restrain them. Therefore, I'll add one more rule. If any of the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region have any hostile actions, you will be held responsible. Bing Wuxin's eyes lit up. The careless loopholes had almost been fooled by the Heavenly Knife region. Bai Lingtian's lips curled into a bitter smile. The 2 loopholes were deliberate. However, he didn't expect to hide them from Su Yu completely. All right, but I have a question. The Heavenly Knife region will never take any hostile actions against you. What about the Red Blood Palace? Upon hearing that, many people turned their attention to him. They could swear an oath that they would never attack the Red Blood Palace. But what if the Red Blood Palace took the initiative to pick a fight with them? Haha, of course we won't be restrained. If you don't want to die, stay away from the disciples of the Red Blood Palace, as far as you can. Su Yu said matter-of-factly. F*CK. So domineering. Even more so than the Heavenly Demon faction. What kind of oath is that? Due to the demons in their hearts, they can't take any hostile actions against the enemy, but the other party can attack them without any qualms. I'm afraid that even fighting back might be considered a violation of the oath. Even if they beat them back and kill them, they'll be haunted by the demons in their hearts, and it'll be hard for them to advance in the martial path. Su Yuxian, don't you think it's too much and shameless to propose such harsh conditions? Seeing that the crowd was riled up again, Su Yu said coldly, Too much and shameless? All I see is that I'm the one who gave you a chance to enter the martial tower. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If you want to enter the martial tower, you'll naturally have to pay a certain price. The price is the risk. Moreover, I can promise that after the martial disaster, if you don't seek your own death, the people of the Red Blood Palace will never take the initiative to attack you. As for after the martial disaster, according to the data of previous batches, how many of you will have left? I'm afraid that before the Red Blood Palace can do anything, you'll have all died an unnatural death. Those who might really die at the hands of the Red Blood Palace are negligible. Dare I ask, is such a minuscule risk not enough to exchange for the opportunity to enter the martial tower? Having attracted more than half of the challengers to the martial tower, the rewards would surely be astonishing. Moreover, this batch of batches of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction had acted out of character and done something that infuriated the heavens and the people by monopolizing the martial tower. It was obvious that the opportunities in the martial tower this time were even more impressive. After weighing the pros and cons, they had a clear idea of how to decide. After a moment of silence, Bai Lingtian smiled bitterly. If possible, I really don't want to be enemies with Brother Sue. Swish! Bai Ling Tian brushed his palm over and re-edited the Heart's Oath scroll. Su Yu accepted it with a smile. Please enter. The remaining people of the Heavenly Knife region entered with ugly expressions. In this way, if they encountered the students of the Red Blood Palace in the glittering Jewel Wonderland, they would be the only ones who could fight and kill them. Apart from fleeing, they couldn't even resist. This was tantamount to putting a dog collar around their necks. A sense of grievance filled everyone's hearts, as if they had eaten a bowl of live flies. On the other hand, the students of the Red Blood Palace were inexplicably excited. This was tantamount to a trump card that could violate the rules infinitely. The 20,000 challengers present would only allow the Red Blood Palace to kill them, and they wouldn't even be allowed to fight back. Apart from fleeing, there was nothing they could do. Next, if one of them happened to be excavating a treasure trove, any small fry of the Red Blood Palace could run in and shoot their mouths. Regardless of whether the opponent was the number one expert of the region, they would have no choice but to get lost. What? You're not getting lost? Fine, I'll cut you down with my sword. What? You're going to fight back? Fine, the Heart's Oath scroll was here. As long as they didn't run into the other 20,000 challengers, the Red Blood Palace could totally do whatever they wanted in the glittering Jewel Wonderland. Such a great trump card was like a dream to them. Looking at Su Yu's back, their longing was about to rush up to the heavens and worship him like a god. Bing Wuxin was dumbfounded when she understood Su Yu's intentions. The effect of this ally was strong, very strong, so strong that she would be tied up and be at their mercy. This isn't making allies, is it? Bing Wuxin said uncertainly. It's more like setting up a dog collar. No matter how surprised, indignant, angry, or annoyed the outsiders were, they had no other choice. Besides, Su Yu had promised not to attack them before the disaster of martial arts. If there was a chance to escape after the disaster of martial arts, as long as they weren't too unlucky and didn't run into this bunch of cheating bastards, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. All right, surnamed Su, remember this. I'll sign it too. I refuse. Su Yu waved his hand. Why? The one who had been rejected was indignant. Because you don't have a grateful heart. I'm the one who gave you a chance. Even if you have to pretend, shouldn't you put on a grateful expression? Next. Haha. I'm from the South Sand Continent's Black Dragon domain. Thank you, Brother Su, for giving us the opportunity to enter the Martial Tower. We're very grateful. This is the Heart's Oath scroll. Please have a look. That's more like it. Go on in. Just like that, the people who had eaten a fly entered the Martial Tower one after another after handing over the Heart's Oath scroll. Except for a small number of low-level martial artists who felt that they had no hope of ascending to the higher levels and that signing the contract wasn't worth it. They left one after another. In the end, only a familiar crowd was left. The Purple Cloud Palace. At this moment, the students of the Purple Cloud Palace had mixed feelings. Once upon a time, they had watched the Red Blood Palace being tortured by the Heavenly Knife region with smiles on their faces. In the end, in just a short while, the salted fish had made a comeback. No, it was more than a salted fish had made a comeback. He had used the supreme Heavenly Demon faction to seize the throats of more than half of the challengers and become a lawless cheat. It would be a lie to say that they weren't jealous and envious. Chapter 1019. They shared the same breath with the Red Blood Palace, and there was no great enmity between them. The two factions were considered allies. Even if they signed the Heart's Oath scroll, the Red Blood Palace would not deliberately kill them, but they would be humiliated. It would be a pity to give up the Martial Tower just like that. The Martial Tower was the easiest place for all challengers to obtain benefits. It had been so since ancient times, and it would be a pity to give it up now. Thinking of this, many of the Purple Cloud Palace students secretly regretted their decision. If they had stood up when the Heavenly Knife region humiliated the Red Blood Palace, the situation might have been much better. After a long silence, Lu Qi bit her lip and stepped forward to look at Su Yu. Junior brother Su, do we also need to sign the Heart's Oath Scroll? Of course. Bing Wuxin was the one who answered, showing no mercy. When the heavenly knife, Region, attacked them, the gloating expressions of the purple cloud palace were deeply etched in her mind. Retribution had finally come. Did I ask you? Lu Chui, who was as gentle as she was, spoke harshly with a hint of hostility. Bing Wuxin was taken aback. She was baffled by this inexplicable hostility. It's the same if you asked him. Bing Wuxin sneered. Su Yu's heart was even colder than hers. Su Yu shook his head. Of course, it's different if you asked me. Huh. Bing Wuxin was surprised and looked at Lu Chui in confusion. Her woman's intuition told her that the inexplicable hostility had a source. The source was Su Yuxian, who was beside her. Lu Chui's pretty face blushed a little. Although she had expected Su Yu to agree, she could not help but feel strange. Please go back. My vital energy is limited, and I can't support the crack for too long. I'm sorry, Su Yu said expressionlessly. He raised his wrist and released the crack. The thin membrane repaired itself and merged with the martial tower. Lu Chui felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She froze on the spot, and the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a look of disbelief. She could feel that Su Yuxian was the other man in the depths of her heart, Su Yu. Perhaps she was used to him doing everything reasonable for her, so when he suddenly rejected her, she was at a loss as to what to do and was at a loss. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Besides, will you really sign the Heart's Oath Scroll? Su Yu shook his head, turned, and disappeared into the ancient tower. Anyone could sign the Heart's Oath Scroll, but Gu Taishu was the only exception. Firstly, he was arrogant, so how could he be willing to lower his head to Su Yu? Secondly, once he signed it, it would be the day of his death. Only Su Yu could kill him, and he wouldn't even be allowed to retaliate. So, how could he make such a vow to seek his own death? There was only one explanation for allowing Lu Chui to test him. Lu Chui had a killer move on her. The target didn't have to be Su Yu. Anyone could do it. Once successful, they could disrupt Su Yu's plans. Then he would use his magical powers to force his way into the martial tower and recruit the people of the Purple Cloud Palace without wasting a single soldier or clan. Even though Gu Taishu didn't know that the thing supporting the crack was a silk invisible to the naked eye, and he couldn't control the gap whether he could enter the martial tower or not. Lu Chui was stunned for a while. Tears welled up in her eyes, but there was no resentment. She had chosen Gu Taishu. What else could she say? Trash. When he returned to Gu Taishu's side, what he received was a public rebuke. Since 3 days ago, when Gu Taishu came back saying that he needed to run some errands, his attitude had changed drastically. He scolded and scolded them at every turn, far from being as gentle and considerate as before. Although she didn't know the reason, Lu Chui, who had a guilty conscience, didn't dare to resist. She just endured it silently. Moreover, she firmly believed that she hadn't made the wrong choice. Let's go. The Beast Yard is the last and most important stop of the glittering Jewel Wonderland. Gu Taishu turned and said, the martial tower was useful to him, but it was limited. His real goal was the Beast Yard. Throughout Jiuzhou, the Beast Yard of the glittering Jewel Wonderland was the only way to find the last type of blood of the real spirit. Once the body of 9 spirits was completed, no Starry Sky elites or Mo Tianxian would be a match for him. You're so determined to reject your lover. Are you worried that I'll be jealous? Bing Wuxin asked with a smile. Su Yu shook his head. Let's go. We've been delayed for 4 hours. The students of the Red Blood Palace all entered the martial tower and began their journey through the martial tower. Swish! As soon as he entered the martial tower, he sensed a space power that transported him to another independent space. Bing Wuxin, who was beside him, was transported as well. She was alone. The surroundings were bright, and it looked like a simple arena. In the center of the arena, there was a lifelike puppet that looked like a human. Because it was lifelike, Suyu was dumbfounded. If he hadn't realized that he was in the glittering jewel wonderland, Suyu would have pounced on it. Mo Tianxian. That puppet was Mo Tianxian. Compared to the Mo Tianxian that Suyu knew, it was much more immature. It looked only 18 or 19 years old, just like a teenage girl. However, its temperament and facial features were all Mo Tianquan's. He suddenly recalled another piece of information he had received. The story masters changed every time because it was decided by the challenger who had passed the most stories in the previous year. The previous king of the story masters would be recorded by the Martial Tower and be set as the next story master. Mo Tianxian was the most powerful challenger who had passed the Martial Tower 100 years ago. Seeing her, a smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. You when you were a teenager? I can't beat you now, but I can deal with you when you were a teenager. With a wicked smile, Suyu walked into the arena. The puppet didn't move an inch. Just as the information said, the story master won't attack unless an attack is launched, right? Suyu nodded. He retrieved 8 round balls and placed them around the young girl, Mo Tianxian. With the meteor light stream great formation, it could be used as a defense. After all, no one knew what kind of strength Mo Tianxian had displayed in the Martial Tower. In the process of setting up, Suyu clearly found that his movements were much slower. Not only his movements, but even his thoughts were slowed down. Compared to the outside world, it was about 30% slower. This was the Martial Tower's biggest obstacle, the distorted and slow time. Here, all the challengers would enter a slow-motion state. Let's begin. Suyu was ready. From a certain distance, he shot a sword of vital energy at Mo Tianxian. When the sword of vital energy was within 30 feet of her, Mo Tianxian, who had her eyes closed, finally reacted. A pair of eyes slowly opened, and 2 powerful streams of air shot out from them. The sword of vital energy dissipated in an instant. At the same time, waves of demonic energy billowed out from Mo Tianquan's body. The bestial demonic beasts transformed from demonic energy roared and rushed toward Suyu. Suyu was unfazed. He displayed the 9 dragons' demon subduing art. 6 demonic dragons roared and roared as they rushed forward to fight the demonic beasts. Right at that moment, Suyu felt a sudden chill. It was Mo Tianxian holding a black, broken sword. She broke through the demonic energy gracefully and slashed towards the area where Suyu was. Suyu chuckled. The sword could roughly determine Mo Tianquan's cultivation at that time. In terms of vital energy storage alone, it was equivalent to a 9th grade almighty. But in terms of the power of the sword, it was far beyond her cultivation. The space of the Martial Tower was swept by the sword, and the piercingly cold sword energy even shook the space of the Martial Tower. This was definitely the strength of an all-creations old monster. In terms of strength alone, it was no less than the top expert in the region, on par with Bai Lingtian, Gu Taishu, and the others. However, it didn't mean that Gu Taishu only had such strength when she was a young girl. After all, what the Martial Tower had copied was only the strength that Mo Tianxian had displayed. There was still hidden strength that could not be copied. The sword energy slashed towards him, but Suyu was already prepared. Rise! Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, the few round pearls placed under Mo Tianquan's feet began to rotate, forming the meteor light stream, great formation. The formation produced a powerful sucking force, and Mo Tianxian was suppressed in the center. Even the sword energy that was slashed out was sucked back by the formation and forcibly crushed by the 8 rotating round pearls. Sweeping the world with a single sword, Mo Tianxian spoke suddenly. The pitch-black, broken sword in her hand suddenly erupted with an extremely intense demonic energy. The demonic energy turned into millions of swords, shooting toward Suyu like a dark cloud. The scene greatly surprised Suyu. The second realm of the Path of Swords, the imperishable sword body. Mo Tianxian is also an expert of the path of swords. Su Yu discovered an unknown secret. According to the rumors of the continent, Mo Tianxian had nothing to do with the path of swords. Since her fame spread across the continent, she had relied on the flying guillotine to dominate the world. There had never been any rumors of her using a sword. The puppet Mo Tianxian before him had shattered Su Yu's understanding. The imperishable sword body was the supreme realm of the path of swords that not many people in the Jiuzhou continent could achieve. Combined with her cultivation, her strength was superb. The most vivid example was Bing Wuxin. She was a 9th grade fairy, but how powerful was the imperishable sword body? Not to mention a 9th grade almighty. Even an old monster who had just entered the all-creation realm would not dare to be careless. Since Mo Tianxian was the best in all creations, if she used the invincible sword body, her power would be amplified several times. How impressive would that be? Su Yu had to reconsider his plan to settle scores with Mo Tianxian after he returned to the outside world. This woman, she's the one who hides the most. Su Yu thought to himself. It was as if he had discovered Mo Tianquan's greatest secret. The undying sword body broke through the meteor light stream formation and pounced toward Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was calm. There was no one here, so he could display his abilities to his heart's content. He had finally found a place to test his sword. With a flip of his hand, the sword case on Su Yu's back opened, and the 3 long swords, which shone with a silver light, vibrated continuously. The terrifying sword chi that it emitted soared into the sky along with the silver light. The 1,000 light swords were shattered by the unparalleled sword chi. Su Yu unsheathed a sword backhandedly. Without any technique, he slashed the sword at Mo Tianquan's puppet. There was no sword chi, not even the sound of a sword ringing. However, Mo Tianquan's puppet, along with the broken sword in its hand, was like a bubble, turning illusory inch by inch. Ding-ling! With a crisp sound, 2 objects fell out of the illusory space. One of them was a round crystal ball the size of a palm. It was probably the crystal, the reward for defeating the story master. There was a small star carved on the crystal. It was a 1-star crystal. The other object was a bone. There were a few lines of numbers carved on it. It was the number of points that Su Yu had obtained by clearing the first story. Could this bone be the vessel for recording the points? Su Yu stared at the bone and thought about it seriously for a moment before putting it into his pocket. After cleaning up the mess, Su Yu did not immediately enter the second story. Instead, he stayed where he was, lost in thought. Chapter 1020. After a brief analysis, Mo Tianquan's puppet was not difficult to deal with. She was unable to take the initiative to attack and had a weak defense. If the trial takers were prepared enough, they would be able to take the initiative and destroy her in one strike the moment she initiated an attack. The problem was that there were still 99 levels. Even the 4 starry sky prodigies could not guarantee that they would be able to grasp the opportunity on every level. What's more, there was a strict time limit to the next level, and it would become shorter and shorter. On the 30th, 60th, and 90th floors, the requirement was instant kills. Therefore, it seemed like the martial pagoda left enough opportunities for the trial takers. But in reality, almost no one could clear the 100 floors. What he didn't know was that, in the instant he chopped down with his silver sword, all the trial takers in the martial tower felt the space they were in trembling violently. It seemed that the power of the neighboring space was too great, and the tremors were transmitted over. As for those trial takers who hadn't gone far and had given up on the martial pagoda, they were even more shocked to discover that somewhere on the first floor of the martial pagoda, which was said to be invulnerable, there was actually a crack. After resting for a while, Su Yu entered the second level. Apart from the words second level in the room, it was almost no different from the first level. It was the same Mo Tianxian puppet with the same degree of time slowing. The only difference was that he had to defeat his opponent within an hour. This time, Suyu did not intend to probe. After setting up the Meteor Light Stream Great Formation, Suyu added the 9th round pearl, the Underworld Pearl. After putting some distance between them, Suyu shouted anxiously, "Rise!" Almost at the same time, Mo Tianxian opened her eyes. Her first move was the shape-shifted demonic beast that was formed by the surging demonic energy. However, the formation that was activated was instantly wiped out. At the same time, Mo Tianxian took out the mysterious black, broken sword and tried to block one of the pearls. As long as one of the pearls stopped spinning, a loophole would appear in the formation. Unfortunately, the one she intercepted was the one that should not have been intercepted. Puff! The Underworld Pearl turned Mo Tianxian into nothingness as if it was hitting a piece of tofu, leaving behind a 2-star crystal ball and a bone. Standing on the spot, Suyu fell into deep thought. Initially, he thought that Mo Tianxian was just a simple puppet that would act according to a predetermined program. However, the action of using the sword to block the bead just now was clearly not a mechanical program. A bright light flickered in Suyu's eyes. On the 3rd floor, Suyu adjusted the method of the Meteor Light Stream Great Formation and placed the Underworld Pearl in the center. As a result, once it was activated, Mo Tianxian was killed instantly before she could react. Using this method, Suyu challenged all the way to the 30th floor. According to the time limit of the 30th floor, he completed the instant kill and successfully passed the 30th floor. With a smile on his face, Suyu stepped into the 31st floor. As soon as he entered this level, Suyu immediately felt that his movements had become even slower. Compared to the outside world, time was more than 60% slower. Under such conditions, Suyu tried to set up the formation and defeat Mo Tianxian. Of course, he succeeded. The problem was that the speed at which the Meteor Light Stream Array operated was much slower than the previous 30 levels. As a result, it took 2 breaths of time to complete the killing. However, Mo Tianxian's puppet was not affected at all compared to the previous 30 levels. It would be very difficult to get past the 60th level, and if one failed, one would be eliminated. If it were an outsider, they would be helpless and would have to rack their brains to think of a strategy. But to Suyu, the power of time, humph. At the 60th level, Suyu's left eye turned dark purple as he activated the power of time. The flow of time around him accelerated by 3 times. A mere 60% of the time slowing factor was not only offset, but also sped up by more than 9 times. With a whooshing sound, Suyu successfully passed the level without any suspense. There are only 40 levels left. At the 90th level, I need to kill instantly. According to my calculations, from the 93rd level onwards, time will be slowed down by 2 times, and the 94th level will be slowed down by 3 times. From the 95th level onwards, time will be slowed down by 4 times. At such a slow speed, there is no objective condition for killing instantly. For the last 10 levels, I only need to pass them. I only need to use time acceleration once at the 90th level, Suyu analyzed. Suyu's magical power of time acceleration could only be used once a day. Therefore, when he reached the 89th level, Suyu had to stop and rest for a day. The next day, when he recovered, Suyu had reached the 90th level. However, the puppet on the 90th level was not Gu Taishu. It was a tall, beautiful woman with a long sword on her back. The young woman gave off a very strange feeling. There was no sharpness about her. Because of this, she gave off an unfathomable feeling. Staring at the woman, Suyu thought to himself, Mo Tianchuan's puppet didn't show up at this level, which means that she failed at the 90th level. This woman should be a proud lady who reached this level earlier than Mo Tianxian. Mo Tianxian didn't manage to break her record, so she's still here. After thinking for a while, Suyu imitated Gu Taishu and performed the Meteor Light Stream Great Formation to kill instantly. However, the moment the opponent opened her eyes, Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if thousands of swords were piercing through his body, and he was doomed eternally. Just one look contained the ultimate way of the sword. The realm of the way of the sword was like the realm of the undying sword body, but it was more complete and profound. Who is this person? Suyu was shocked. In terms of swordsmanship, this woman was extraordinary and unparalleled. 100 years had passed. If this woman had not died, she should not be a nobody. Etching this woman's portrait in his mind, Suyu entered the 91st level, the last 10 levels. On the 91st level, it was still the woman with a sword. The meteor light stream great formation killed her instantly, not giving her a chance to strike. Up to the 95th level, time acceleration could not resist the slow time, and Suyu could only resist it with all his might. Fortunately, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword was invincible and could cut through anything. The woman had not even launched a powerful move before she was destroyed by Suyu. Even so, Suyu still had to bear a few whiffs of the sword. He looked fine on the outside, but his body was filled with sword energy, destroying his internal vitality. As a result, Suyu had no choice but to swallow the fountain of life to replenish his vitality. Otherwise, he would die from the extinction of his vitality before he could walk out of the martial tower. After resting for a moment, he dispelled the sword energy in his body. Looking up at the 96th level, Suyu fell into deep thought. From the next level onwards, time acceleration could not offset the slow time in the martial tower. According to the records, the time acceleration on the 96th level would be 4 times faster than the outside world, which was beyond Suyu's endurance limit. As long as the woman with the sword was given a chance to strike with her swordsmanship alone, how many people in the world could stop her? However, Suyu was still confident that he could continue to pass. With a thought, he was automatically transported to the 96th level. However, what he saw was no longer the woman with her amazing swordsmanship, but empty. On the arena, there was nothing. Suyu, who had been mentally prepared, was stunned. Where is the story master? What are you shouting for? The story master has gone home to eat. If there's anything, come back tomorrow. A slightly familiar voice floated over from the void. Suyu squinted and looked around. So I've passed the level? In your dreams. You didn't see the story master. So how can you pass the level? The voice floated over. Suyu said, the challenger arrived according to the rules, but the story master was not there. Naturally, it is the story master's responsibility. The challenger passed the level unconditionally. What you say doesn't count. Cut the crap and go back. Suyu sneered. The glittering jewel mortal fairy has fallen for ages. The rules she set have become invalid. Are you reduced to the point of changing them at will? The air was filled with silence. After a long while, a sigh was heard. Fine, you pass. Where's the reward? Suyu looked at his feet. Reward? Without the story master, where would the reward come from? Stop fooling around and go home to eat. The voice said. Suyu did not move an inch and maintained his cold smile. Without the story master, it is the martial tower's dereliction of duty. What does it have to do with me? Since I have passed the level, the crystal ball and the bone must be given. Hey, how dare you talk back to me? Aye. The voice sighed helplessly. Without the story master, I can't do anything about it. Why don't you go up for a tour for free? According to the rules of the martial tower, there will only be rewards if there is a story master. Without the story master, I can't give out any rewards. Story master, can't you just call them back? Well, they are on a long vacation. No one expected anyone to climb up to the 96th story, right? If they can't come, can't you just take their place? Suyu never asked about the identity of the speaker. I am the tower spirit of the martial tower, a wisp of illusory spiritual intelligence. The story master needs a real body. How can I be the story master? Spiritual intelligence? Haha, you can fool others with that, but can you fool me? Suyu stamped his feet. Why didn't I know that a spiritual intelligence could manipulate the Great Formation at will and trap all the challengers in the illusionary Great Formation, playing with them in the palm of its hand? Ah, how did you know? Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word of it? There was a hint of panic in the voice. Suyu looked around and said lightly, "Do you still need me to point it out when you've already said it?" In fact, all the challengers, including me, have been stuck at the first story all along. No one has ever gone beyond the second story, right? Along the way, the only changes on every story are the numbers on the wall and the time limit, as well as the changes in the compressed time. All of this is a transformation of illusions. Sue, you revealed a secret that was neither too big nor too small. The voice in the void said angrily, "What a joke! A mere illusion can fool the eyes and ears of one person. But how can it fool the eyes and ears of 20,000 people? It can fool one generation. But how can it fool hundreds of generations? Among the previous generations of geniuses, there must be people who have achieved great mastery of the eye technique. If it was an illusion, they would have seen through it long ago." Su Yu said disdainfully, "When did I say that this illusion is to confuse the eyes?" The voice in the void was inexplicably flustered. "Nonsense! Isn't an illusion supposed to confuse the eyes? The so-called illusion was to deceive the brain through the eyes and make a wrong judgment. That's just the understanding of the people of this world. In ancient times, illusion techniques were multiplied to the extreme and were widely used. There were countless illusion techniques that targeted hearing, smell, and other senses. It's just that very few of them have been passed down to this world and are not known by people." Back in Tianya City, Suyu had read a large number of ancient texts and gained a lot of knowledge. The voice in the void tried to defend himself. "Haha, touch, listen, and smell. How is this an illusion technique?" Suyu said sarcastically, "That's because this is an even more mysterious illusion technique. The illusory truth technique. Do I still need to explain? Once you explain it clearly, the illusory truth technique will be broken without any attack. I'm curious to know what interesting things will happen next." The voice in the void fell silent. After a moment, an angry and helpless sigh was heard. "Damn it, you win. Here you go. Ding dong." A round pearl and a bone fell to the ground. They were the rewards for passing the 96th story and the 96th story. "Is that enough?" the man said angrily. Su Yu smiled amiably. "These two things are exactly what I want, of course. It's still not enough. I want to continue to challenge the 97th story, all the way to the 100th story." Chapter 1021. Actually, the so-called illusory truth technique is... Suyu looked around and explained leisurely, "That's enough. Don't provoke me." The voice in the dark was enraged. Suyu was fearless. "So what if I provoke you? If you really have the ability to suppress me, why do you have to compromise? Come out and chop me into pieces long ago. I want a reward. I've never seen a challenger as shameless as you." With a plop, the entire space suddenly split open like a piece of cloth, disintegrating and dissipating like bubbles. It was replaced by an extremely vast hall. Wasn't this the first story of the Marshall Tower? As far as the eye could see, the first story of the Marshall Tower was densely packed with people standing with their eyes closed. Bing Wuxin by Ling Tian and even Han Fei were among them. All of them had their eyes tightly shut, trapped in a nightmare. They seemed to have entered some kind of environment and couldn't wake up. They were motionless. However, Suyu caught a glimpse of a living creature from the corner of his eye. A dog? A black dog? Suyu was startled. In the hall full of people, a completely black dog was running back and forth, and it looked very familiar. "It's you!" Suyu suddenly remembered the black dog that spoke human language when they gathered in front of the Marshall Tower. The black dog was running merrily in the middle of everyone, its eyes glowing with green light as it yelled, "Oh my God! This guy has made it to the 90th story." I'm afraid he'll wake up on his own if he goes up a few more stories. The black dog's green light had a very obvious hypnotic effect. Many of the people who were shaking and showing signs of waking up immediately fell into a state of stillness after being shrouded by the green light. Sue, you could see clearly that this was the power of the illusory truth technique. As long as the black dog continued to maintain it, these people would never be able to escape from the environment, and the space would be torn apart like what Suyu had done just now. What caught Suyu's attention was that the person who had made it to the 90th story was none other than Han Fei. Suyu was secretly surprised. He had the power of time distortion, which could slow down time against the illusion. But how did Han Fei do it? Suyu couldn't feel any power of time from her. The only explanation was that Han Fei had forcefully made it to the 90th story with her strength alone. This woman's strength was a little too terrifying. Crap. The 93rd story. Not good, not good. The black dog roared anxiously. In just a short moment, Han Fei had made it to level 93. Once he entered the deserted 96th floor, he would probably discover the truth behind the 100-story Martial Tower. Just like Suyu, the Martial Pagoda had never been opened and remained on the first floor. Brat, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over to help. That woman is 2F** King Ferocious. She swallowed all the puppets. The black dog turned pale with fright. Suyu replied calmly, You're the one who's making things difficult for her when she wakes up. What does it have to do with me? The black dog was annoyed. Of course it has nothing to do with you. However, the number of crystal balls on the 100th floor is limited. Once she wakes up and asks for it, should I give it to you or her? Or did she kill you in advance? End it all? If I remember correctly, she didn't sign that stupid agreement with you, did she? Suyu pondered for a moment. Up until now, I still don't know what kind of reward the crystal ball will draw. Whether it is necessary to compete with her or not is still up for discussion. Negotiate my ass. The crystal ball on the 100th floor has a 100% chance of drawing a low-grade fairy artifact, a 50% chance of drawing a middle-grade fairy artifact, and a 10% chance of drawing a top-grade fairy artifact. You have enough fairy artifacts, so if you can just give them away, forget what I said. The black dog exclaimed. Damn dog, why didn't you say so earlier? Suyu was shocked. Semi-manufactured fairy artifact and fairy artifact. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. If an analogy had to be made, it was like the difference between a girlfriend and a girlfriend. The latter had an extra word, but it was 10,000 times more devastating to a single dog. Suyu didn't care much for semi-manufactured fairy artifacts. The 3 silver swords on his back were all semi-manufactured. But fairy artifacts were something that could only be encountered by chance. How can I help? Suyu asked. The black dog said it's simple. Strip her naked and train her so that her mind will waver and she will be defeated by the puppets. Get lost. Suyu kicked. Even if he could do it, once she wakes up and finds a big worm wriggling on her body, she would probably skewer the worm into 100 skewers and roast it. Why don't I be the story master? Suyu said with a smile. Since the story master wasn't here, how difficult would it be to add a story master at the last minute? What? You want to go in and fight this fierce woman? I'll raise both my paws in approval. The black dog sincerely admired Suyu's selflessness. Suyu snorted. Damn dog, it's just an illusory technique to you. You must have a record of the images I left in the Martial Tower just now. Hee hee. The black dog laughed dryly, meaning, so you're not stupid after all. Give me a drop of blood essence. Only blood essence can create illusions. After offering a drop of blood essence, the black dog held it in its mouth, and a hint of blood flashed across its emerald eyes. In the Martial Tower, Han Fei fought her way to the 95th story like a hot knife through butter. Jian Wuxing, in her teenage years, has actually reached the 95th story. Impressive indeed, Han Fei said indifferently, but her tone sounded like she was commenting on it. I'll reach all the stories that have been reached by the previous prefecture kings, and I'll reach those that haven't been reached yet. Han Fei said casually, as if passing through the 95th story was as easy as walking on flat ground. With a shift of thought, she was transported to the 96th story, one of the last 5 stories. When she opened her clear eyes, the figure that entered her eyes startled her. Are you Su Yuxian? Han Fei's indifferent face revealed a look of surprise. She had thought that the next story would be the prefecture kings of the previous era, if not Jian Wuxing. But it was Su Yuxian. Why did Su Yuxian become the story master? Han Fei looked around, suspicion rising in her heart. Her real body in the outside world was trembling incessantly, showing signs of seeing through the illusory technique and awakening. Once Han Fei realized that she was in an illusory realm, the illusory technique would crumble on its own. Su Yuxian has cleared the 100th story and become the new story master. The deep, ethereal voice of the black dog sounded in the martial tower. Han Fei frowned, taken aback. He cleared the 100th story. Han Fei couldn't believe it. If Bai Ling Tian had cleared the 100th story, she might not have been so surprised, but Su Yuxian, puzzled. Han Fei sized Suyu up carefully for a moment. Fine, let me try out the new story master's technique. A pitch-black sun appeared above Han Fei's head, sucking in everything around it, like a black hole. The whole space was trembling incessantly. Once the technique was launched, the sucking force was not weak or strong. That was why it wasn't affected by time at all. She only had to launch the technique and wait for the sucking force to reach the critical point so that she could swallow the puppet. Su Yu opened his eyes slowly, his left eye flickering with purple brilliance. Han Fei clearly sensed that time and space, which was originally 4 times slower than the outside world, had suddenly slowed down to 7 times. The sucking vortex had slowed down to its limit, unable to quickly swallow everything in its surroundings. At the same time, Suyu drew out a sword and slashed it casually. Creak! The black hole was annihilated. Han Fei wanted to block it, but the cheat-like speed of 7 times slower made her thoughts and actions extremely slow. She could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced into her body. Crack! With a soft sound, Han Fei was torn into pieces. But the challenge wasn't over yet. The annihilated black hole condensed again, and a pair of snow-white arms extended from it. Shortly after, Han Fei, dressed in a black dress, appeared before him unscathed. The power of this sword is comparable to that of an all creations. Han Fei had no expression on her face as she commented indifferently, Su Yuxian is much stronger than I expected. Given time, he might be qualified to be my sparring partner. When she finished speaking, Han Fei waved her hand. All of a sudden, 9 black blazing suns appeared in the sky, including the previous one. There were a total of 10 suns. Boom! An unprecedented sucking force erupted from the 10 black suns. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuxian's puppet was swallowed up completely. Dong! A crystal and a bone were left on the spot. Picking up the item, Han Fei's red lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. With a shift of her thoughts, she descended onto the 97th level. What she saw was still Su Yuxian's puppet. In the outside world, the black dog cursed angrily, F***CK. This fierce woman is definitely cheating. What's with the 10 black suns that broke the rules? Even stage 3 all creations, old monsters would be scared witless. Damn it, for my food I'll fight you to the death, the black dog said fiercely. On the 97th level, Han Fei summoned 10 black suns, and Su Yuxian's puppet perished immediately. On the 98th level, instant kill. On the 99th level, instant kill. All the way to the 100th level. Interesting. I thought I was the first challenger to pass the 100th level of the Martial Tower. I didn't expect the first place to be taken by you. Looking at Su Yuxian on the empty arena in front of her, Han Fei's eyes were filled with regret, but then she smiled calmly. But the martial tower won't leave your footprints. She had defeated the last level. From then on, Han Fei would be the story master from the 1st to the 100th level. However, the time on this level was so slow that it was almost 1/8 of the outside world. Not to mention moving. Even thinking about it would take a certain amount of time. The only advantage was that the puppet wouldn't attack before she took the initiative to attack. However, just as she raised her vital energy and was about to strike first, something shocking happened. Congratulations on reaching the final level. Your opponent will be me. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and slowly drew out a silver sword. However, due to the slow time factor, even Suyu's drawing of the sword felt very blurry to her. All she saw was a flash of silver light in Suyu's palm. Han Fei spoke with difficulty. Didn't they agree that the puppet could only attack passively? Why didn't they play by the rules? As a reward for reaching the final level, I grant you a fair fight. I will take the initiative to attack. Su Yu's voice was hollow and emotionless as he drew out the sword and pointed it at Han Fei. Even with Han Fei's cold temperament, she was a little impetuous. Fair? How could it be fair? It was better to end the slow time. If it had been the first few dozen levels, Han Fei might have questioned the rules of the martial tower. However, the final level was a level that no one had passed for thousands of years, so it wasn't surprising for any difficulty to appear. The only thing she was curious about was how Su Yu had ascended to the 100th level and defeated the previous story master of the 100th level. A puppet that took the initiative to attack, coupled with the fact that time was slowed down 8 times. This was more difficult than ascending to heaven. Chapter 10:22. Even though Han Fei had godly skills, it was all empty talk without a chance to use them. With indignation, Han Fei was torn into pieces. Having failed the challenge, she was transported back to the empty first level to wait for the end of the 10 days. Shock and indignation filled her heart at the same time. Han Fei was puzzled. What's going on at the last level? As she lowered her head in thought, the light of wisdom flickered incessantly. At the same time, curses rang out in the martial tower. What's going on? How did the story master turn into Su Yuxian? Damn it! What's with the formation that can attack and defend at the first move? Su Yuxian, I'm going to kill you. Initially, most of them were orderly when they attacked Mo Tianxian, but from a certain point on, the story master that everyone challenged became Su Yuxian. What made them want to vomit blood was that as long as they set up an ambush in advance, they could defeat Mo Tianxian in a short time. But once Su Yuxian was activated, the first thing he did was operate the meteor light stream, Great Formation. The formation was so powerful that no matter how detailed one's ambush was, one would be crushed into mud by the formation in an instant. Well, if ambushes didn't work, they would have to fight the story master head-on. However, what made their jaws drop was that Su Yuxian's hiss was 2F** king powerful. The second move was the 9 dragons demon subduing art. Challengers below the 9th grade Almighty couldn't withstand the 6 demonic dragons and were all eliminated. Even if the 9th grade Almighty could withstand it, Su Yu's third move was even worse than Mo Tianquan's last move. That sword wasn't something that an Almighty could withstand at all. Zhao Li, Qianfeng, and even Bing Wuxin were all eliminated by the sword. As the story master, he eliminated almost everyone as soon as he appeared. Bai Lingtian was the only one who survived 3 moves. However, on the 90th level, he couldn't achieve an instant kill and was eliminated. This is too unreasonable. Bai Lingtian was lost in thought. There were 2 unreasonable points. First, why did Su Yu become the story master? Second, why was Su Yu so powerful? Did the martial tower deliberately enhance Su Yu's strength, or is he really that powerful? Bai Lingtian pondered seriously. In the real world, the black dog stood on its hind legs with its front paws on its hips, laughing heartily. Wahahaha! Eliminate everyone in 3 days, and you won't have to worry about food for the next 300 years. After laughing out loud, he patted Su Yu's shoulder. Not bad. As a qualified story master, your performance is too damn outstanding. He was much stronger than the 4 story masters who ran home to eat. From now on, you'll be the Martial Pagoda's dedicated floor master. Screw all of you trial takers to death. Get your doggy paws off me. Su Yu said, recalling Han Fei's last battle in his mind. Seeing that Han Fei was unstoppable and was about to break through the 100th story, Su Yu had no choice but to intervene, personally. With the help of illusions, he easily defeated Han Fei and kicked her out of the Martial Pagoda. Hence, Su Yu was the only one who could obtain the crystal ball and the bone at the 100th level. Damn dog, give me everything. Don't miss out on any of the rewards from the 97th to the 100th. Su Yu said. The black dog rubbed its hooves. Can I buy it on credit? Su Yu replied calmly, sure, but you need a witness to pay for the credit. The 20,000 challengers here who were cheated by you will probably be very willing to be witnesses when they wake up. Don't. I'll pay, all right? The black dog bared its teeth and spat out a large number of crystal balls and bones. After counting them, Su Yu put them into his pocket and turned to leave. Where are you going? The black dog had a bad feeling. Su Yu pointed at himself, matter-of-factly. I'm going to challenge again, of course. Since I've passed the level successfully, I certainly have the right to challenge again. You insatiably greedy human. You've robbed me of so many rations, so you want to do it again? Su Yu's insanity drove the black dog crazy. Su Yu raised 3 fingers. You're wrong, I mean 2 more times. I can pass the level once every 3 days. Now that there are 7 days left, I can still pass the level twice. Challenging others might be difficult, but challenging oneself? Was there any difficulty? I've never seen such a shameless person. The black dog was rolling on the ground in anger. Su Yu clearly knew that the challenge was fake, yet he still asked for it. He was obviously asking for its crystal ball and bones. Su Yu said indifferently, It's fine if you don't want me to challenge you, but you must let me go up to the 2nd floor and have a look. What was going on with the Martial Tower? Everyone was trapped in the illusion of the 1st floor, thinking that they had reached the other floors, but in fact, they hadn't even reached the 2nd floor. Since ancient times, for tens of thousands of years, it has always been like this. No matter how amazing the geniuses were, they had only been to the 1st floor. If that was the case, what was the 2nd floor? Was it a realm that no one had ever reached? No way. The black dog got to its feet. It was rare for it to be serious and resolute. The martial artists of the Jojo continent must never open the 2nd floor before they are prepared, rising to the level of the Jojo continent in one go. So you thought about it. Can you tell me what the Martial Tower is? According to the understanding of the Jojo continent, the Martial Tower was the central area of the martial yard, the place where the challengers cleared the levels and obtained rewards. However, the black dog's words revealed a different message. It's not just the Martial Tower. Does the Jojo continent really understand what the glittering jewel wonderland is? The black dog was suddenly unfathomable. Su Yu looked up at the Martial Tower and said thoughtfully, All this time, people have always told me that the glittering jewel wonderland is a legacy left by the outstanding young geniuses of the Jojo continent for the younger generation to obtain opportunities and sublimations. However, after coming to the glittering jewel wonderland, there is a question that no one has been able to ask. That is, was this place really set up by the glittering jewel mortal fairy? Su Yu voiced out the question that had been on Pan Heng's mind for a long time. The black dog was silent for a moment. Why do you ask? Su Yu said, the eternal mortal fairy, the guardian deity of the Jojo continent. Why is the relic left by a strong mortal fairy who has guarded the Jojo continent for a long time full of murderous intent? The 5 great disasters, the probability of obtaining sublimations by killing, from the specific dangers to the competitive mechanism. I see the word bloody everywhere. The black dog said, "Is it difficult to understand? Not every mortal fairy is gentle in killing to become a strong person." Its words came to an abrupt halt. That's the problem. A deity-like being who has guarded the continent for 10,000 years has left behind a cruel and bloody mechanism for its descendants. There must be a reason for the contradiction. Either this place wasn't set up by the glittering jewel mortal fairy, and there's someone else behind the scenes, or the glittering jewel mortal fairy isn't the guardian deity of the continent at all, but a person who has been beautified by the creatures of the continent. The black dog widened its eyes in surprise and looked Suyu up and down. "But this is just your speculation, and there's no proof." Suyu shook his head. "Yes, there's no circumstantial evidence, just like there are millions of doubters." He believed that the participants of the past generations had thought about this doubt before. The Wonderland didn't seem like a wonderland. It seemed like a demonic wonderland. The black dog was silent for a long time. "But the rewards in the Wonderland are absolutely true." Suyu nodded. "Yes, it's precisely because the rewards are absolutely true that it can attract the top geniuses of the past generations to come forward one after another. That's why there's less than 1 in 10 geniuses of Juzhou's generation. In my opinion, the purpose of the glittering jewel wonderland isn't to train the geniuses of the Juzhou continent, but to harvest them once in 100 years. Wisps of cold light surrounded Suyu's eyes as he stared coldly at the black dog. "Last question. Who are you?" This dog understood the essence of the Martial Tower and the glittering jewel wonderland. It was no ordinary creature. Hee. I'm just a wisp of spiritual intelligence born in 10,000 years. The black dog sneered in a strange manner. Suyu said placidly, "Why don't you reveal your other identity?" "The Martial Tower's story master." The black dog was shocked and took 2 steps back. It stared at Suyu vigilantly. "How do you know I'm the Martial Tower's story master?" "It's simple, you said it yourself." The black dog's eyeballs rolled, but it couldn't recall when it had said that. "You said the other 4 story masters ran home for dinner, but in fact, there are 5 vacant story masters. Aren't you telling me that the last story master is you?" Suyu said placidly. "I'd really like to know why a story master impersonates the spirit of the Martial Tower, deceives the challengers of the past, and keeps trying to break through to the first level. What's your purpose?" This black dog knew too much. "Why should I tell you? I don't want to play anymore. Goodbye." The black dog's feet moved like the wind, and it fled immediately. At the same time, it turned around and said, "Without me, you'll be trapped in the Martial Tower forever. 100 years later, I'll collect your corpses." However, before it could finish speaking, Suyu smiled. "You seem to have forgotten the way to break the illusory truth technique." Once the illusory truth technique was broken, 20,000 challengers would join forces to capture it. How could it escape so easily? The black dog was unhurried, and it grinned coldly. "Why don't you give it a try?" The so-called truth illusion technique was different from the illusion techniques of sight, hearing, smell, and the other 5 senses. It was a kind of cognitive illusion technique. It was the most mysterious illusion technique among all the illusion techniques. Even in the most prosperous ancient times, it was rarely circulated. It was equivalent to a legend. It carried the weight of words, languages, and conversations, subtly changing one's cognition. For example, when a person believed that there was an ancient kingdom in the middle of a barren desert, it was naturally false. But when 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, and hundreds of millions of people believed it, it would become a belief, a cognition. At this time, the false became true. The rumor of the Martial Tower's 100 stories had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and had long become a well-known cognition. Therefore, when the challengers entered the tower, they had no idea that they were in an illusion, in the challenge of 100 stories that didn't exist. This was the illusory truth technique, a cognitive illusion technique. The reason you could see the flaw in time was that Emo Tianxian didn't mention a word about the Martial Tower. Therefore, the Red Blood Palace's understanding of the Martial Tower's 100 stories was the weakest, and it was the best way to get rid of the illusory truth technique. Now that he thought about it, Emo Tianxian avoided talking about such an important Martial Tower to avoid deepening their understanding of it. Did this mean that this woman had noticed something? You realized that he might have underestimated this woman who hid herself so deeply. Chapter 10:23. Although the illusory truth technique was mysterious, it was very easy to break it. As long as one person woke up from the illusory truth technique and said that it was an illusion, the illusory truth technique would collapse on its own, and everyone would wake up from the so-called illusion of passing the level. False illusion. The 100-story Martial Tower has been cleared. Wake up now. Suyu bellowed. However, the 20,000 challengers remained motionless. They had not escaped from the illusory truth technique at all. Ha ha ha. Always keep a trick up your sleeve. Knowing that you are a threat to my illusory truth technique, how could I not guard against you? When I chose you to be the story master, I added another illusion technique to your puppet. Anyone who comes face to face with you will be trapped by your illusions. Therefore, it is actually a 2-story illusion. The illusory truth technique has been broken, but they still exist in another illusion, and that illusion cannot be broken with words unless they realize the existence of the illusion themselves. External forces cannot break it. With a maniacal laugh, the black dog strode away. Goodbye, human. Stay with them and die trapped in the first story. However, at that moment, a cold, yet gentle voice was heard. A talking dog, interesting. The black dog stiffened and looked back abruptly, only to be startled. Among the crowd, a young lady in a black dress was moving gracefully. A pitch-black sun was above her head, emitting a mysterious black light. The black dog was scared out of its wits. The woman's ferocity terrified the black dog. It was extremely puzzled as to how this woman had woken up from the 2-story illusion. Even if the illusory truth technique was broken, there was still a layer of illusion left. You are an unknown black dog with ulterior motives. Do you think I wouldn't have a backup plan? Suyu smiled calmly and walked towards the black dog. You cast an illusion on my puppet, but you forgot that Concubine Han has not only seen my puppet, but also my true self. The black dog's pupils shrank slightly. You mean at the 100-story, when you fought with her with your true self, you sent a message behind my back? That's right. Suyu nodded and continued to approach. The black dog shook its head. Impossible. Your every move, every look, every word, I have been monitoring them closely. You couldn't have hidden it from me and told her that you were in an illusion. You looked at the black dog with pity. That's why I said you're just a dead dog. Stupid dog, who said that a message had to be conveyed through eyes, words, and actions. My moves are the message. Han Fei smiled faintly. Yes, thanks to his reminder. From the 96th to the 99th floor, when I fought with him, he had the effect of slowing time by 3 times. However, at the 100th floor, this effect disappeared on its own. I can't help but think about the contradiction. If the Martial Pagoda was controlled according to the program, how could the same puppet have 2 different states? The only explanation is that the Martial Pagoda isn't a program, but someone controlling it. Therefore, when I failed the challenge, I woke up from the 2 layers of illusions on my own and stayed put to see what you were going to do. Hearing this, the black dog was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed maniacally. Do you really think you've won? Don't forget, you're still inside the Martial Tower. A single thought of mine can seal you all in the 1st level forever. After he finished speaking, he turned into a black stream of light and headed straight for the entrance of the Martial Tower. Suyu had a faint smile on his face. I told you, you can't escape. Just as the black dog scurried to the door, 5 colorful writing brushes suddenly appeared as if they had been lying in ambush. They turned into a colorful light screen and shrouded the black dog on the spot. The 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation? Han Fei looked at Suyu with some confusion. A formation with such power wasn't strange at all. What was strange was that this formation originated from the unique skill of the 5 golden light guards. Until now, she had never heard of them teaching it to anyone else. And the 5 golden light guards were an enemy force. A glimmer of shrewdness was hidden in her pretty eyes. When did you set up this formation? The black dog couldn't believe that Suyu had set up a trap at the exit. His every move was clearly under surveillance. No, it was only under surveillance that he could have missed it. Hee, sir. Shinga did a good job, didn't she? Beside Suyu, a mass of pitch-black ghost energy rose from the ground and condensed into a human figure. It was a very cute little girl with delicate features. The black dog was shocked and said in a low voice, "You actually have a space cavern that can accommodate living creatures." An ordinary space was not enough to hide a living person. Only a space cavern forged by a mortal fairy could accommodate a living person. However, the space cavern of a mortal fairy was usually established in a fixed space node. A space cavern like Suyu's that could be carried around was impossible for an ordinary mortal fairy. Only the legendary, god-level, strong men could forge it. Who sent you here? The black dog had obviously misunderstood that Suyu was sent by some deity behind the scenes. You don't have to guess blindly. Stay here obediently. Suyu's eyes were cold as he pressed down with one hand. The 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation rumbled and quickly suppressed the black dog. The black dog bared its teeth. 2 masses of emerald flames floated out of its pair of emerald eyes and fell on the colorful light screen. With a sizzling sound, a huge gap was burned into the colorful light screen. Suyu was shocked. A formation that could suppress a stage 1 all creations old monster was easily broken. Just as Suyu was about to pull out the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword, a pitch-black sun suddenly appeared in front of the black dog. In an instant, half of the black dog's body was devoured. It was Han Fei. However, all of a sudden, blood splattered everywhere. The lower half of the black dog's body was abruptly torn apart. The black dog escaped from the black hole with only the lower half of its body left. Moreover, as it escaped, its body was constantly regenerating, rapidly recovering to its complete state. The scene was shocking. The so-called body recovery was not unusual for those who had achieved success in their cultivation. It was not surprising even if they could recover in an instant. However, the front half of its body, including the head, was still unharmed. You couldn't help but think of the Blood Emperor, the indestructible silver body. Even if its body was crushed, it could be restored in an instant. However, the black dog was not feeling well. Its pair of emerald eyes were dim, and its pitch-black dog fur was also gray. It seemed that casting the eerie emerald flames and regenerating on the spot consumed a lot of energy. Suyu and Han Fei attacked together, but failed to stop it. The black dog slipped out of the martial tower like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, the gate of the martial tower closed with a rumble. Han Fei walked up to the stone gate with a calm look on her face. She tried to operate the black sun and break the stone gate open. However, it was to no avail. The stone gate did not budge. As expected of a martial tower that can withstand the defense of a mortal fairy. Suyu, I'm afraid we're trapped here. Han Fei looked back and said to Suyu, I'm curious. You obviously had the chance to leave, so why did you stay? One was a starry sky elite, and the other was a nameless challenger. Now, they were both guarding the same place. Suyu looked at Han Fei. I have my reasons for staying, but Miss Han stayed deliberately. Is there no reason? In response, Han Fei smiled without saying a word. As the most outstanding student of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction, it would be unbelievable if the faction did not give her 1 or 2 life-saving items in times of crisis. A martial tower could not trap Han Fei. Han Fei walked over and said dispassionately, "In your opinion, what is the purpose of this mysterious story master?" Firstly, it's not just the story master of the martial tower. Its identity is far more than that. Secondly, its conspiracy is both complicated and simple at the same time. Han Fei said placidly, "Oh, tell me about it." "Are you testing me, Miss Han? I believe you've already noticed it. We have too little information about its ultimate purpose, so we can't be sure. However, its immediate purpose is not difficult to analyze. It wants to harvest this batch of challengers. Whether it's using the martial disaster to incite us to kill each other or to trap us all in the tower, its goal is the same. It wants to kill us as much as possible. In any case, our deaths are beneficial to it. Our survival is detrimental to it." Han Fei smiled. "Therefore, we have the same reason to stay." Her eyes swept across the 20,000 people present. Sitting idly by and watching them die in the martial tower would only benefit the mastermind behind the scenes and harm them. "Therefore, our goal is the same for now," Han Fei said softly, not mentioning the crystal ball that could extract fairy artifacts for sure. Even for the supreme heavenly demon faction, fairy artifacts were treasures that could only be obtained by chance. Han Fei would not sit idly by and watch it fall into Su Yu's hands. There would definitely be a fight between them. To crack the plot of the dead dog, we have two things to do. Firstly, get everyone out of here. Secondly, stop them from killing each other. Han Fei said placidly, "The first thing isn't difficult, but the second thing is difficult. The competition mechanism since ancient times has led to them killing each other after they wake up to fight for sublimations. If we can't stop them from killing each other by rescuing them from the martial tower, it'll be a waste of effort." It was difficult to convince 20,000 people that they were caught up in a conspiracy and thus give up on killing each other. How could it be easy? After a moment's deliberation, Su Yu said, "Leave the second thing to me." "You?" Han Fei was surprised, but after thinking about it, she smiled sweetly. In the unseen world, unexpected actions may be the way to resolve conspiracies. Han Fei suddenly said, "There's one more thing that we need to deal with." She pointed at the 20,000 challengers who were still in the illusory realm and could not be awakened by external forces. "I'm not proficient in illusory techniques. Miss Han, do you have any ideas?" Su Yu asked, his eyes focused on Bing Wuxin. Han Fei frowned slightly and shook her head gently. Although the supreme heavenly demon faction has illusory demonic techniques, they haven't touched upon them. "I'm afraid I can't do anything." For a moment, the two seemed to be trapped in a vicious cycle. If they couldn't even wake up from the illusory realm, how could they talk about rescuing them? "Since neither you nor I can, whoever started the trouble should end it. Of course, we'll let that dead dog do it himself." Han Fei was gifted and intelligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the #1 genius of the supreme heavenly demon faction. "It's definitely not to make a deal with it, let alone beg it," Han Fei said thoughtfully. She couldn't figure out Su Yu's method at the moment, but it could be ruled out as a deal. The black dog had an absolute advantage, so there was no need for it to make a deal with them. "Beg it? Humph, don't worry, it won't be able to resist jumping out and dispelling the illusory realm on its own." Su Yu snorted. So confident. Han Fei stared at Su Yu. She, who had always been indifferent, could not help but be curious about Su Yu's mysteriousness. "I'll wait and see." Han Fei smiled sweetly. "Let's start preparing for the first step," Su Yu said. Han Fei looked at Su Yu indifferently, meaning for him to state the steps.